finance and its advocacy, sir, particularly in the context of small states like Barbados being able to not just continue our development trajectory, but because of the various issues that climate change poses, and the climate crisis, I should say, sir, poses for countries like Barbados, that the manner in which we respond to the climate crisis, sir, really is at the heart of our sustainable development goals, and therefore to the extent that anything that we can do, sir, to promote climate resilience and to promote development in the country, that both, sir, are intertwined. Now, you would recall, sir, that as part of our manifesto and the execution of the first BERT program, sir, and it continues today, that we indicated to the country, sir, that how Barbadians live and experience and interact, sir, with its environment is going to be fundamentally important, sir, to our economic fortunes, but also, sir, our ecological, environmental lifestyle, so to speak. And therefore, as part of our Roofs to Reefs program, we indicated that everything that we do onshore, sir, certainly affects what happens offshore, sir, and the interconnectedness of those relationships. And therefore, the Roofs to Reefs experience, sir, in terms of our overall response as a country will have to be financed on the one hand, but that we must explain to Bajans that the reason why we say to people, sir, don't throw the plastic bottles because it will clog up the drains, which will cause flooding, which could get into the various chemicals and the like with respect to how we dispose of certain things, sir, pesticide usage within the context of agriculture, sir, the whole gamut, sir, that everything that happens on this little rock, given that we do not have settled water resources like how most other countries may have, that we must manage our resources as efficiently as possible. And therefore, this particular bill today, sir, in my view, is significant because it is intended to help Barbados, as well as other countries across the region, focus very squarely, sir, on how do we mobilize domestic and regional private financial resources to be able to help governments as well as the private sector across the region, sir, to be able to respond to the climate crisis. And to the extent that we can do so by being able to bring sustainability to the process, sustainable financing and cost-effective financing to the process, sir, is critical because, as you will know, sir, Barbados has been on a program whereby we are reducing our debt, which was the third highest when we came to office, sir, 176% of GDP. We have a target of reducing that to 60% by 2035. But in order to do that, we've been able to right-size our debt situation and stabilize and to drive growth. But equally, sir, we require investment to deal with some of the things known as climate mitigation and climate adaptation, sir, which is going to be critical for helping Barbados to unlock not just a better sustainable path, but of course, government can't do it on its own. And therefore, the establishment of this Blue-Green Bank, with its clear focus on mobilizing resources for building climate resilience by 2035, has to happen, sir, in parallel with some of the other elements that government is taking on its own steam to be able to drive the sustainable agenda and to build climate resilience for Barbados. But the process by which we've arrived here, sir, just very quickly, as you know, when we first came to office, sir, and to be quite honest, the first set of conversations that certainly I was involved with as it relates to climate finance, sir, 6 years ago, at that time, the environmental ministry, sir, and the environmentalists and the scientists across the world we're having a conversation over here, sir. And over here, with the Ministries of Finance globally, sir, there was no connection between what the Ministries of Environment were doing with what the Ministries of Finance have been, as a matter of fact, sir, it was not really on the radar of finance ministries when we came to office. And we said to the World Bank and others, this thing doesn't make sense, because it doesn't make sense environmentalists and scientists having a conversation about all these wonderful things that need to be done, but nobody's having a substantive conversation, sir, with the Ministries of Finance globally. And we said, well, this doesn't make sense. For us, as a small country, this is critical as part of our development trajectory, our continued, I should say, development trajectory. And having determined that the Roof-to-Reach program was going to be our flagship program in relation to how we develop policy in this country moving forward, that we felt there needed to be a meeting of minds, so to speak, so that the people with the money and have access to the money can respond to the technical and scientific issues that were being presented in a way that makes a little more sense. And so Barbados has certainly led in that space, in advocacy in relation to a number of these issues. And so when we looked at the landscape in relation to the development banks in the region, and I must say, sir, that development banks globally have had a significant track record in helping countries to develop. But on this very specific area, which is still developing, and some are turning the corner, so to speak, we felt it was important that given Barbados and the region's susceptibility and vulnerability, sir, to the climate crisis being unfolding and doing so rapidly and impacting our lives, we felt it was important that there should be a dedicated institution in the region that will work collaboratively, sir, with governments and private sector, as well as other multilateral development banks, philanthropy, and the like, sir, globally, in order to be laser-like and focused in respect to how we are going to address some of the financing needs as it relates to the climate crisis. And therefore, we reached out to, and I think this is important for the public to appreciate and understand how we've arrived at this specific place, because the genesis of this institution is intended to make sure that we can work across multiple institutions to be able to deliver better financing terms for projects and programs across the region that will help ordinary people, whether in the agriculture sector, sir, whether people within the renewable energy space, whether it is homeowners who want to have better access to water storage devices and climate-friendly devices, being able to have access to the technologies, that we bring a blended approach. And so we reached out to the Green Climate Fund, sir, to say to the Green Climate Fund, having had those initial discussions, that, hey, we want to have further engagement of the GCF in the region to be able to respond specifically to the climate concerns of the region. And therefore, we felt that the creation of this institution would be an intermediary with respect to being able to create the financing options and instruments, sir, that would help to be able to deliver on a number of these critical objectives. And so the GCF agreed that they, along with the governor of Barbados, that we would set up this institution. The governor of Barbados, and you've probably heard this before, sir, we said, having entered into a second AFF program with the International Monetary Fund, which allowed us to access resources from the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, sir, that we would set aside $15 million US, sir, from the resources that we get from the RST to provide initial capital as part of the initial capital for the bank. So effectively, sir, 30 million Barbados dollars to set aside as capital. The Green Climate Fund, sir, agreed that they too would provide 15 million US dollars to be able to support the setup of this bank. At the time, sir, the USAID also agreed that they will put up $2.5 million US dollars in capital, but equally $2.5 million, sir, in relation to doing the type of technical work, the technical support, the technical assistance, if you like, sir, in relation to getting the project conceptualized and brought to fruition, which allows us to arrive at this particular place. Since then, sir, we have also reached out to a number of other parties who equally have recognized that as Barbados continues to advocate for climate justice and being able to advocate for SIDS globally, we've had from the Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean, CAF, as it is known, sir. CAF has pledged equally $15 million as capital for the bank. And so too, sir, has the governments of Guyana and the governments of Bahamas, equally $15 million in capital. So all told so far, sir, we have about $77.5 million in capital that have been pledged by governments, as I said, regionally, the GCF, which is the Green Climate Fund, which is headquartered in South Korea, sir, as well as the Development Bank for the Latin America and Caribbean, CAF, all wanting to help not just Barbados, but the region, sir, being able to unlock, as I said, those critical resources from the private sector, as well as other resources to respond to this area. And why is this important in its makeup, sir, is because at a time that everybody's going through a lot of issues globally, especially with respect to in the context of the pandemic, and being able to look at the impact that the legacy lending has had, sir, in respect of these development challenges within the region, I think it is important to recognize that the flexibility and the lack, well, it doesn't mean that there'll be less analytical rigor, so I don't want to convey that at all. Because as you know, sir, when people are going to online monies, people want to know how they can get it back. And therefore, the clear objective here is not to suggest in any way that there will be any loose lending, but because it is entirely focused on reducing the cost of capital for a lot of climate resilient areas, especially within the green and blue economy, that these areas will work, within these sectors, the Blue-Green Bank will work collaboratively with other financiers to lower the cost of being able to fund these interventions, and therefore we want to continue to scale that up, and therefore we are not going to stop there with the pledges that we already have. But this is the start with respect to where we will put our initial focus in these areas in order to help us to be able to accelerate and respond to ordinary people in this country. Now, let me say to the public, sir, that I know that a lot has been said recently in relation to housing and access to housing in this country. And the government certainly has developed the home ownership, provided energy program, HOPE, sir, which, very quickly, sir, as you know, the government has been working collaboratively with, again, members of the private sector, sir. So, sir, for example, you have 200 million acres, sorry, not 200 million, 200 acres, sir, of land that you may wish to, or 100 acres that you might want to develop, sir. And you, in exchange for getting the planning permission to do that, sir, you might pledge 10 acres out of the 100 or 20 that you have to provide for lower income housing. Now, what that means, sir, is that the government now has access to land at a lower cost, which allows us then to put in these services, the electricity, the water, the natural gas, and those types of things, sir, lowering the cost. And therefore, by dedicating those lands to helping people get access to low-income housing is important. But the low-income housing in of itself, sir, is not just the be-all and end-all, in that we have designs that are intended to be able to meet Category 3 hurricane conditions, sir, because the idea is not just the provision of low-income housing, but climate-resilient low-income housing, sir, is part of that. And therefore, the Blue-Green Bank is intended to do a couple of things. And let me just speak very quickly on the energy part, because not just the fact that we want to provide climate resilient housing for low income persons, the installation, sir, of PV panels on those roofs is in fact, sir, the mechanism through which the cost of putting in the infrastructure is paid off over a 12 to 15-year period, sir, allowing the person then to go to their bank or credit union, sir, and focus only on getting access in a sense, sir, with respect to the construction of the home, therefore allowing persons who would ordinarily, sir, not be able to access a mortgage to be able to do so. And therefore, the Blue-Green Bank is intended, sir, to help not just deliver the infrastructure at cost to allow the government to meet its mandate of being able to convey those lands at no more than $12 a square foot, because as you would appreciate, sir, if you get the land, and I use the term for free, sir, because it's not really free. It's not really free. It's just that as part of the planning gains that we have used as part of the innovation. So the government has been trying at every step of the way, sir, to ensure that it uses public policy to help provide, in this instance, climate resilient low-income housing, sir, for persons. But through the planning gain process, we got the lands in effect for free. But the cost of developing those lands so that people can actually put a house on them, sir, because you ain't gonna build a pretty house, sir, climate resilient, and then you ain't got water, you ain't got electricity, sir, to be able to access it. You need decent roads with drainage and those types of things, because as we have seen across the country, sir, with the change in weather patterns, certainly as it relates to the rainfall and the intensity of rainfall, sir, you see in places that would not normally flood, places are flooding now because of the change in intensity of such things. But I raise that point because the idea here, sir, is to make sure not just that the climate resilient homes, so therefore you want to build infrastructure that can accommodate, sir, for flooding and the designs of the roads and the infrastructure critical in relation to that, lowering the cost of developing the land, allowing the persons to be able to get their mortgages, and then with the PV installed on the roof, sir, it means that in 10, 12, 15 years, sir, when the land is paid for from the revenue from that, it means that we have now enfranchised the person, sir, because your home now becomes an income-generating asset, which is equally important for allowing people to be able to see and feel that they are part, as we say, sir, of the recovery, being enfranchised in a way, sir, that makes sense from a public policy perspective, but certainly allows a person for whom the ability to either one, have a home, or two, have access to renewable energy may not have been the case, and therefore the Blue-Green Bank is to help facilitate and fast-track the development of those lands through the financing mechanism so that more persons can be able to access these things. Now, sir, this institution, yes, it is a bank, but it's not a bank, sir, that you or I will get to go and put any money in order to, the bank is not taking any deposits or any such thing of that manner. There's so I say that, sir, because I know there's been a lot of discussion recently about banks and the like, sir, and therefore I want to make it clear that this bank is not taking deposits from ordinary people in that way. This bank will be issuing shares, as you can see, sir, issuing shares to those who are prepared to help leverage their resources to deliver on climate finance, climate resilient initiatives, and therefore the purpose for which this bank is intended to set up. There will be, in some instances, grants provided. There will be some instances where, sir, loans will be provided, and then in some instances, it may very well partner with others to make specific deals, instruments, sir, facilities, in order to drive a lot of financial innovation within the climate finance space. And therefore, it is timely that we are here, sir, to be able to have this done because we want to make sure, sir, that where possible, sir, and appropriate, the policy that this government has been enunciating, sir, that there is an actual mechanism, sir, to see those policies actually come to fruition. And therefore, this government has been, quite frankly, sir, very focused on how we are able to not just say we want to do something, sir, but actually bring to the Parliament, and certainly with respect to the execution from a policy perspective, to be able to actually deliver on a number of these areas. Now, sir, this Blue-Green Bank, sir, and I won't go through all of the specific functions, because I think that is clear in Clause 7 as it relates to the functions of the bank. But I want to highlight specifically, sir, it says to receive grants, loans, and other forms of financing, at A, 7A, to make grants, loans, advances, and allow overdrafts. C, to invest directly or indirectly in clean energy technologies, that is to say, energy-efficient technologies, low-emission technologies, or renewable energy technologies. And then D, to invest directly or indirectly in projects designed, sir, to promote climate resilience and climate adaptation. Now, sir, to invest directly and indirectly in sustainable green and blue projects or instruments that generate revenues in relation to this. So the intent here is very, 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 very specific. So you're not going to run up to the Blue-Green Bank, sir, and say that you want to borrow money to buy a diesel van or or something of that traditional nature. If you are interested, sir, for example, as you know, the government of Barbados has been purchasing a number of electric buses. We've set aside some money to allow a small set of money, as we could afford it, sir, to allow the private sector to transition. So let's say, for example, sir, some of the PSVs want to convert their vans to electric, and someone is seeking capital to be able to have that process executed, sir. That fits squarely within the mandate of the Blue-Green Bank to deliver, because the Blue-Green Bank then will be able to assess that proposal and to provide, either provide the financing directly or work alongside some other institutions, sir, to lower the cost of financing to be able to help those types of interventions to be delivered. So as that our man, sir, or a man driving a B-van, or anybody that's doing transport, any of the taxi people, sir, anybody driving the ZMs or the BTs who may wish to change out their vehicle, convert the vehicle from diesel to electric, that is the type of intervention, sir, that the bank is intending to work with other financiers to be able to help facilitate, because in the same way that the Transport Board has been acquiring electric vehicles, we want the rest of the private sector PSVs to equally do the same. When it comes to for example, within agriculture, greenhouses, aquaponics, the whole range of those areas, sir, to help us being able to manage the technologies that are within our agriculture. Those are the types of things, sir, that we want to be able to indicate is climate resilient, is going to produce more, hence generating more revenue, sir. And I neglected to say, sir, that with the example that they gave earlier, the amount of money that is saved on diesel or gasoline, sir, from the conversion is significant, as much as up to 2/3, sometimes in some instances, sir, 75% of the running costs in relation to fuel, and therefore would lead to significant savings on their part. Similarly, with respect to agriculture, anything that you can do, sir, with respect to having a controlled environment, therefore protecting not protecting, but enhancing the business of agriculture within your farming practices, sir, is an area where obviously then you will see enhanced revenues with respect to that by being able to utilize technologies in that space. Within the context of, for example, sir, We've seen some examples where you have chicken farms in this country, sir. Chicken farms in this country using some very innovative biodigesters, sir, where they take the feces from the chicken, sir, mix it with, I've seen being mixed with elements of the cotton plant, sir, and put it through the biodigester, which is then generating electricity as well as gas. So the electricity, sir, running the farm, and the gas obviously is available with respect to being able then to do any other thing. So in the context, so you could be a chicken farmer, sir, poultry farmer, and these are additional revenue streams that can help with respect to being able to expand the business. And therefore, these are the kinds of things that will help us being able to achieve resilience. And therefore, to the extent, as you know, sir, last year we had a significant amount of heat in September. And therefore, any additional revenue that you can bring in, sir, or the energy that you can use to help cool the chicken pen, sir, will be significant. Because when we had that heat last year in September, a lot of birds died. And these are the types of things that if we are going to remain not just self-sufficient, but resilient, these are the types of activities that we are talking about in relation to being able to finance. And sir, there are lots of other things that I could raise, but in the interest of time, I won't go much further, but I've just used those as concrete examples as to how the Blue-Green Bank, working either directly or working alongside other institutions, can work to be able to help lower the cost of financing. And sir, if you would permit me just very quickly, because I know that whilst I've not asked for the next item to be treated as a cognate debate, I just want to beg your indulgence to indicate to the country, sir, that the next resolution that we will be discussing, which relates to the loan agreement for the CARICOM Development Fund. The same GCF, sir, and you will recall, sir, when we came to office, the Bridgetown Sewage Plant had pumpkins growing in it, sir. And we all remember the pictures on social that were shown of the state of the Bridgetown treatment plant. This government worked with the same GCF, sir, along with the CARICOM Development Fund, which is what we will discuss in the next thing, but I want to make the point that the GCF, in that instance, and I'll raise it again, provided a grant of 39.9, so roughly 40 million US dollars, sir, alongside the 12.4 that is there, again, providing a blended finance, so a 40 million US dollar grant, plus 12.4 million in loan from the CARICOM Development Fund, and the government putting in a small bit of counterparty funding as part of it to lower the cost. So imagine if the government of Barbados, sir, had to go and borrow $100 million in the market to be able to do that upgrade, sir. It would cost more. And therefore, the Blue-Green Bank, in this instance, working with others, sir, the intention is to reduce the cost of being able to provide financing for these climate interventions. And therefore, it is important that we understand that the purpose of this institution, sir, is to work alongside others in the same way that the government has been doing consistently to lower the cost of financing of these interventions, sir. And therefore, it is not to say that this will be us, but obviously the bank will have its own identity and will make its own risk assessment of projects. And therefore, we want to ensure as much as possible, because the key here is to have as much leverage, sir. Leverage means, sir, that if you work with others, you can do more. Because the little piece that I got, sir, and then put with the little piece that you got, sir, we can spread it around a little more than if I try to do the whole hog by myself. And therefore, as we build this institution, sir, to respond to the challenges that not just Barbados, but the region is facing, which is why we've taken a very deliberate step to make sure that from inception, the bank is not seen as a Barbados institution, sir, but this is a regional institution. And that is why the governments of Guyana and the governments of Bahamas have pledged their 15 million US as well. And we hope that once this bill is passed, sir, and it is set up, that more countries and institutions, sir, will equally come on board to be able to help us raise the capital of the institution, therefore allowing us, sir, to do more. And therefore, the example of what we are seeking to do in almost every instance is to work with other institutions to be able to achieve that. Now, sir, you would remember in September 2022, I came to the Parliament and we did the debt swap, the debt financial swap with the IDB and the TNC. Again, a collaboration with respect to institutions working together to help the country to be able to focus on marine biodiversity and the marine spatial planning work which is going on. I know that a number of agents have already seen some of the output of that work already, and that is ongoing. We are currently, sir, and very shortly we'll be coming back to Parliament, but we are already working with the IDB again, the European Investment Bank, sir, as well as the CMGCF, sir, to deal with the South Coast sewage plant. But I will speak more to that when that time comes. But the message that we are putting to the country here, sir, is that the government is seeking to ensure that in every instance we can. So now, let me just say, sir, it might take a little longer because you're working with different institutions, but to get the best deal for the country, sir, it means that we get like minds around the table, sir, in the best interest of the country, in order to ensure that we can deliver on these things. Because if you work with one institution, sir, you may get through faster, but you might got to pay more. And therefore, we've been very deliberate in relation to how we structure these interventions, being cognizant that we have we have to manage the financial resources as efficiently as possible, and therefore the Blue-Green Bank is intended to do the same, but be a little more nimble and working with predominantly the private sector. There are a number of, for example, sir, there are a number of, and let me say on that score, when we did the debt swap in 22, sir, one of the largest pension funds in the United States, sir, once we issued the blue loan, actually bought, sir, 80% of the instrument that we issued because I don't like the term tick the box, but in relation to companies from a global perspective, focusing more these days, sir, on ESG, environmental, social, and governance arrangements, sir. Recognize that what we were doing in that respect, sir, met with the objectives that other people would like to see happen in the world. And as you know, sir, as we have continued to advocate through the British Initiative, along with other groups, more and more companies are looking for opportunities within the ESG space for investment. And therefore, I believe, sir, that the Blue-Green Bank, working alongside pension funds, who obviously, as you would appreciate, sir, pension funds in particular, sir, have to match their long-term liability, but they have to be patient in the capital because obviously it's a long-term investments that they're looking at. And therefore, building sustainability, building climate resilience, sir, in the context of the region meets with that mandate, and I believe that the Blue-Green Bank will be able to work not just with our domestic pension funds, but also the regional pension funds, but also, sir, the global pension funds in relation to how we are able to help respond to some of these issues. And therefore, I am absolutely confident, sir, that that is an additional area where the bank can utilize critical resources to be able to help meet the objective in relation to some of these issues. Now, Mr. Speaker, I should say also that when we did our debt restructuring, you will recall, sir, we issued in that new debt natural disaster clauses. And at that time, and I think we still are, the largest issuer of debt with natural disaster clauses in it. And when we did the Blue Loan in September 22, it had a natural disaster clause as well as a pandemic clause. And we have been advocating very strongly, sir, over the course of the last 6 years, since we did the debt restructuring, sir, that these clauses are critical for helping countries and creditors, to give creditors certainty when, sir, as you know, if a hurricane passes and lick up the country, as we will say, sir, the last thing that the people are thinking about is debt to be repaid, because people are in survival mode. And when people are in survival mode, sir, then you're not thinking about those types of things. And therefore, we felt it was important that that kind of certainty, where the payments are paused for 2 years to allow the country to recover, and we utilize those monies as would ordinarily go on to debt service to help accelerate the rebuilding of the country. So we've had a lot of discussion on that, sir. And to date, as you know, sir, we've had some positive engagement from the IDB on some of their portfolio. But I'm happy to report to you, sir, and the country that in subsequent discussions we've had, and this is interesting because, as you know, Barbados has been, we graduated from the World Bank, I believe, in 1994. And for most of my adult life, sir, I have known Barbados as being a graduate of the World Bank. But we were able to, during COVID, sir, access World Bank funding for COVID. And then, as you would recall, sir, when we had the ash fall in April of 2021, remember we had the freak storm, sir, in June, and then we had the Hurricane Elsa in July of 2021. The honourable member sitting next to me was quite persuasive. And just bear in mind, sir, I just cited 3 things, but that was in the middle of the Delta variant at the same time in the summer of 2021 that those events took place. And you will recall me saying, sir, that I don't remember seeing money flow out the Treasury so fast, because the need to respond to those events, in addition to COVID, was such that the cash flow was under some strain. But the honourable member for St. Michael South Central was able to get executed with the World Bank a climate loan, policy loan, development policy loan, because of the nature within which we were operating at the time. Because it was significant, the impact that the climate was having in Barbados in 2021. So since then, sir, we have been quite persuasive, and certainly the Prime Minister has been leading the charge in that respect, to now have, again, access to IBRD funding again from the World Bank, not just on an exceptional basis as it was during COVID and when we had climate, but we now have access to World Bank funding again because, sir, of the recognition that the climate crisis is causing a significant impact on countries, not just Barbados, countries' ability to maintain the development trajectory. But I raised that point in the context, sir, of the debt clauses, because in the discussions about what we will do about these debt clauses, the World Bank first started by saying that they were going to introduce the debt clauses, but only for future loans. We said, well, that really makes no sense, because you can only get relief you're in the middle of a storm, literally, and you're telling me that the only way relief that countries like us could get is if I borrow money in the future, which don't make sense. And then, sir, they came back and said that after some time that they will do it, but there will be a fee. And we said, sir, well, you know, this really doesn't make sense, because you're asking somebody to pay money when they're already on the ground and stuff. So the reality is, sir, is that we've been having continuous dialogue on a number of these issues in relation to how do you respond to climate resilience and the like. To the point now where, sir, the World Bank has just announced very just recently that there will be no fee, and that it will be retroactive to all debt in relation to anybody that had, well, any country that falls within the category with respect to being climate vulnerable, in order to make sure then that that similar relief that we have built into our debt is now extended, sir, in relation to other countries. And this is important because Barbados continues, sir, to lead on these issues. And the Blue-Green Bank is intended to make sure, sir, that countries in the region, their citizens, their businesses, sir, that working with the financial institutions, that the idea is to build the resilience such that when, and I say when, sir, because it's only a matter of time, when the event happens, sir, it could be a hurricane, it could be an earthquake, sir. As you know, we've been having some significant challenges with droughts in Barbados. Barbados is one of the 15 most water-scarce countries in the world. And therefore, any event, sir, that can cause damage, and what they've innovated and indicated is that it is not just the parametric test as we have within the context of CRIF, but if 10% of your GDP is impacted by an event, then the clause automatically triggers, which makes sense because that is what gives you the space then to build resilience and to recover quickly. And all of us know, sir, that all it takes is a few hours, sir, of a hurricane, an earthquake, sir, can rattle for a few seconds, maybe a minute or two, and significant damage is brought to your infrastructure and your country. And therefore, it is that wipeout risk, if you like, that we want to be able to help mitigate against by being able to build climate resilience. And this Blue-Green Bank, sir, is intended to work, as I say, sir, collaboratively with a number of the other institutions, as well as directly on its own, to be able to drive, sir, and accelerate, mobilize climate finance in order to help us to be able to build and achieve that resilience. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am saying to Barbadians, you heard the Prime Minister, for example, in the budget, speak to the need to get water tanks because it is important, we're in hurricane season now, so it's important to get access to water now, but as we continue to face these drought conditions, but equally, sir, as we want the Barbados Water Authority to be able to not just come and repair a burst pipe, sir, we want the Barbados Water Authority to be in a position that it can say, sir, to my residents in Kingston, this weekend we replacing the main down Lodge Road, and therefore the residents in Plum Grove and Kingston and Watton, sir, who may be impacted, and even some of your people in Montrose, Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central, that we are going to replace this main this weekend, but if you have water tanks pervasive across the community, then it reduces the anxiety, sir, with respect to people being without water. And therefore, we want to be proactive with respect to having a much more aggressive approach and a strategic approach to mains lane. But we can only achieve that, sir, if people are able to invest in these areas, small investments, which minimizes the discomfort when the pipe bursts, sir. It protects you during the hurricane season because you have access to water. And therefore, if the pipe happens to burst, then the disruption to your life, or if you got a little small business that you're running, sir, selling some food, sir, you're not disrupted because a pipe bursts. And therefore, we really have to work together in order to help achieve this thing called climate resilience. Because at the end of the day, sir, the government can only do what it can do. So if the main is to be replaced on Lodge Road, sir, then the main has to be replaced on Lodge Road. But to minimize the disruption and to allow the BWA to exercise that kind of strategic intervention across the island, sir, it means that we too, as Bajans, sir, that we have to put ourselves in a position to be a part of Barbados achieving climate resilience. And these are the types of, so whilst the financing of these things, sir, will be made available, it is now for Barbadians to be to see how they can participate, if you like, sir, in helping the country to achieve this kind of climate resilience, and being able then to say that rather than something take 70 years to do, because if you're only replacing, sir, if my memory serves me correctly, sir, whatever the number was that they were replacing per year, it would take 70 years or something like that to replace the mains for the whole of Barbados, which, sir, in 70 years, sir, I might still be here. But I don't know about much. I don't know about much of the others in the chamber. But the reality of it is, sir, that in 70 years' time, most of Barbados, sir, will not be alive. And therefore, we want to see a significant dent in the Water Authority being able to replace mains which were laid 120, 130 years ago, sir. We want to see a significant dent in relation to that. In order to do that, sir, it means that having done the VAT waiver and a whole range of other things, sir, we want to see, one, if Barbadians can do it on their own, do it on your own. If you need to do it through the Water Authority, it means you will pay back on your bill over 2 years to help ease with respect to the financing of that. But the reason we want to push that in that direction, sir, is to help us accelerate the mains replacement, because what does that mean, sir? If you can replace the mains quickly, it means we don't have to use the same amount of electricity, because when we pump the water now, sir, almost half the water leaking in the ground. So you're using electricity twice. You're pumping it, and it can leak out, sir, and you still got to go and try and recover to pump it back again for the same volume to get down to the end of the line, which is costing me, it's costing you, sir, it's costing all of our constituents in this country, sir, and therefore we have to find a strategic way of ensuring that our communities, sir, and we've put those provisions in place, and the Blue-Green Bank, again, sir, can help leverage the financing of some of these activities through engaging with the BWA or whoever else, sir, to be able to help deliver on these things. Because for too long, and as you know, sir, this government has had a very proud record of responding to the water issues that were confronting this country for a long time. I know there's still a few issues with respect to St. Lucie, but I believe that we have been able to address substantively a number of the issues in relation to water in St. Lucie, in St. Peter, in St. Andrew, in St. Joseph, in St. Thomas, sir, in St. John, which has been because this government, from inception, sir, has had a very clear objective under its Roofs to Reefs program. And as you know, sir, water is what is required to maintain a stable society, sir. And on this little rock of 166 square miles, you have to be able to ensure that people have access to clean water, and therefore everything that we are doing and prioritizing, sir, is in relation to being able to help manage the water resources, but being able to ensure then that we can also, sir, equally have climate resilience. And so the bank, sir, is, I believe, not the panacea, but I think it will be a critical intervention in relation to helping to accelerate, sir, and unlock financing in this respect. Unlike the other development banks, sir, which are very much rules-driven and you know, in some instances, the geopolitics about who can get water, who can lend water, and all of those types of issues, sir. We are Caribbean people. And as Caribbean people, our focus is to make sure we work with one another, sir, to make sure that we can get these financing arrangements in place in order to help achieve the mandate in relation to achieving climate resilience. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak specifically, sir, just to the subscription of shares and authorized capital, as there will be an amendment to Clause 28, authorized capital. It will be, the initial capital is 100 million and not 10 million as in the document here. So that will be amended, but in relation to the subscription of shares, sir, that is laid out very clearly there in relation to the process within which persons, relative to the initial capital, the board, at the appropriate time, would allow for the allocation of those initial shares. And then, sir, as we get operational, as I said, we will invite other persons to be able to take up shares in the financial institution to be able to help us be able to drive more lending through leveraging, sir, the capital that we have in relation to that. And so once one of the changes that will be here, sir, specifically is that once someone has agreed to take up, subscribe to shares in the institution, once they formally agreed to do that, then they will have up to 90 days within which to be able to settle those subscriptions in order to help us to be able to expand the bank and focus on those critical areas that we know that is going to be important in relation to what we're doing. Now, there may very well be instances, sir, and as settled in part 4, and specifically as it relates to the investment functions, it speaks very clearly at section 2, sir. Investing in businesses or projects for the development and commercialization of or in relation to the use of green and sustainable technologies. B, investing in businesses or projects pursuing climate mitigation, climate resilient, or climate adaptation strategies, sir. And I believe I was able to outline a few examples of that. Investing in businesses that supply goods or services needed to develop or commercialize or needed for use in the blue and green sector, sir, of the economy. D, give guarantees in accordance with section 23, sir. So, for example, sir, just like any multilateral, and in the same way that we are doing with our debt swaps, where we're getting some guarantees from others, this institution will similarly be able to do the same for persons, which is the guarantee to at another financial institution that, or creditors that that cover would be there. Number 3, in performing its investment functions, the bank shall seek to ensure a balance between its investments in renewable energy, other climate mitigation technologies, and climate adaptation projects. So the intent here is, I think, quite clear, that whilst the focus is obviously within the context of achieving climate resilience, sir, part of the reason that we need to make sure that we continue to broaden the capital of the bank is to do more, to be able to leverage, do more lending. But within these areas, sir, we want to make sure that we're equally, as we're achieving climate resilience, sir, there are opportunities for businesses to develop technologies, to grow. And I know that the Honourable Member, Sir Microsoft, working on the Sustainable Industrial Development, the Sustainable Industrial Development Strategy, and soon to come to this place, that the Blue-Green Bank equally, within the context of industrial development, sir, will be able to add value in relation to that space. And therefore, it is not to be seen as just as if it is climate in some esoteric space, sir. There are genuine opportunities for businesses to be able to expand. So whether you're people that are doing biofuels, and I've seen people that are working with sargassum, I see a lot of pilots around the place with people dealing with sargassum research and those types of things, sir, that Barbadian companies, regional companies, and the ability to scale up, sir, is part of the mandate of this bank to be able to help us be able to unleash. And I think, I know that Barbadians have had a long history in relation to R&D, and therefore we want to ensure that there is an institution that is focused on bringing or making the deals, so being the market maker, so to speak. The market maker in relation to getting some of these industrial development policies implemented, sir, and to actually make a significant difference, sir, to people's lives. And so, sir, that, in a nutshell, sir, is really what the bank is intending to do. I know that, having said that we want to achieve a net zero by 2030, net zero emissions for the country, sir, by 2035, There's an energy transition plan. We want to be able to build out climate resilient homes and franchise people in those homes as well along the way. Climate smart agriculture, we want to make sure our schools are resilient, sir, because as you would appreciate, sir, whilst you and I may know our shelters as hurricane shelters, the reality is that our shelters now have become emergency shelters of all types, and therefore we need to make sure that they are not just appropriate for the purpose for which they're designated, but within the context of our medical infrastructure, our IT, our digital infrastructure more broadly, sir, in relation to being able to leverage the data and mine the data in relation to a number of activities that we have here. I do believe that within the terrestrial space as well as within the marine space, sir, that we do have a credible blueprint within which this blue-green bank, I believe, can function. Cabinet last week, sir, approved our climate investment plan for Barbados, and it set out a number of areas that we will prioritize, some of which are already in train in relation to and already receiving committed levels of financing. And I believe that we will have an opportunity, sir, to be able to flesh that out further for the public, because this is nothing that is a static exercise. We have been, whether it is the repair of the water reservoirs across the country during COVID, whether it was the repair of the Bridgetown sewage plant, whether it was the temporary repair of the South Coast sewage plant, sir, whether it was the refleeting of the transport board from diesel to electric, sir. This government has been on the road of bringing to life for our people our Roofs to Reefs initiative, and I know that perhaps we should have a tag with everything that we do that just says Roofs to Reefs on it, so that people connect the specific intervention with the fact that it is part of that. But everything that we have been doing, sir, in this country in the last 6 years has some connection, sir, to the overarching Roofs to Reefs program, and therefore it is important to appreciate that it is because the government has in its mindset that our future has to be not just resilient but sustainable, that the Roofs to Reefs program, sir, is the program that will help Bajans, sir, live a better quality life, sir. We've committed under the BERT program to to ensure that people are included in the recovery. The HOPE program, as well as the other initiatives that we're under, is inclusive, not just by nature of the fact that the design of the program itself, but the fact that the homeowner at the end, sir, will be a part of the investor class, if you like, sir, by being able to have an income-generating home with PV on your roof. And I believe that part of what we are able to do in relation to ensuring that we can remove any hiccups in relation to financing our way through having more renewable energy on the grid, that this Blue-Green Bank is capable, sir, or will be capable of helping to reduce the cost of whether it is financing of battery technology, sir, whether it's the financing in relation to putting utilities underground, sir, whether the expansion or modernization of the grid, sir. These are the types of interventions, sir, that the Blue-Green Bank can help to facilitate. And therefore, I am comforted that once Bajans take the right individual decisions within their homes, their communities, and the Blue-Green Bank working with the myriad of private sector entities, including banks and credit unions, to be able to reduce the cost of financing to help move some of these projects forward, that Barbados will not just achieve, sir, climate resilience, but that Bajans will see the real and tangible benefits in relation to these types of interventions that we hope will come sooner rather than later, because at the end of the day, sir, we've always made the very clear point, as we've done with respect to, again, recently in the Global Supply Chain Forum, that as much as we can create the instruments, sir, with respect to having the financing in place, we must have the dedicated access to the technologies in order to make these things actually happen. And therefore, we continue to indicate that given our climate vulnerability and the limited capacity that we have, that working strategically, sir, globally, that once we have the financing, we must be able to have carved out, specifically which we've been working on through the multilateral system, is to have access to the technologies that allows us to match the financing with the procurement of said technologies in order to help us to be able to achieve the objectives in a timely manner, and therefore allowing us to be able to drive the sustainable development agenda in the way that we would like. And so, sir, that continues to be our focus, and I am confident that with the setting up of this institution, that working collaboratively, as I said, with the private sector, to be able to focus squarely on these areas in clean energy and other areas in relation to helping us achieve the net zero target by 2030, that our future, sir, will be bright, as they say in the orange slogan, but not just bright, sir, but that Bajans will be at the heart and the center, sir, of this economic recovery. And so, sir, with those few words, I beg to move, sir, that this bill be read a second time.
Honourable, raise yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg your permission, Your Honor, to begin by expressing condolence to Mr. Esworth Reed, former Permanent Secretary. And I do that in the context of this debate because my first introduction to matters of blue economies was in a conversation with Mr. Reed. In fact, I had gone to a tour, and I think he was the Permanent Secretary for the Honourable Member for St. Michael's South, and we'd gone to a tour, I think in Graham Hall, which explained my presence. And while they were looking at the wells and so on, I had a conversation with him. It probably lasted about 45 minutes. And he took the time to introduce me to the whole concept, this concept of blue economy. I had no idea what it was. And he spoke of harnessing the considerable resources and energies within the marine environment. That is not the only reason I paused to pay tribute to him. You, sir, would remember him from your alma mater. I probably knew him before you because he is from a place called Green Hill, Mahaika Green Hill, and Green Hill has never been so far away from Grisettes, so that that bonding that took place between the residents of Green Hill and Grisettes, and then to completely triangle Combermere. And as you know, sir, I can probably regard myself as being in some measure of association with that famous school. I had 4 brothers who went to Combermere, and one of them was actually in a class with Mr. Reed. So that bonding takes place. When he exited Cave Hill, I entered Cave Hill. Again, life is so beautiful and interesting sometimes. You establish these bonds, and therefore when the person passes, you do feel some sense of personal loss. And I want to say to you, Your Honor, that the public service of this country and education in this country has suffered a loss with the death of Mr. Reed. Truly a gentleman, truly a gentleman, truly a gentleman of good beginnings, of good groundings, and a highly educated man, a very good, decent Barbadian sort of person. And I want, therefore, Your Honor, to begin my contribution by expressing my sincerest condolences to the relatives of Mr. Ezra Freed, recently departed from the public service. So not only a loss to the public service of Barbados, but a loss to Barbados and to the educational system in Barbados. As I said, I benefited from, in a very casual conversation, from an education in what the blue economy is about. So I am obliged to you, Your Honor, for giving me the opportunity to express my own sadness and condolences to the family of Mr. Ezra Reed, gentleman and a decent gentleman. To come to the debate at hand, I understand this to be the establishment of a bank, and Barbadians will come to learn that this is not a traditional bank, and perhaps the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central would have said this, that this is not a bank in its traditional form. Indeed, banks of this nature tend to be non-profit, and when the state establishes a non-profit entity, there's always the risk that the term non-profit could transfigure itself into dispensation of largesse. And that is always the danger that one faces. We've had in this country before entities which have been established for development purposes, and we have found that those entities, I'm not going to name them, that those entities have had to be dissolved, and dissolved as failures because they did not subscribe to the original mandate of development. And I think, sir, you have an idea of what I speak. Now, I believe the public will also wish to be aware that this entity springs from a continuing relationship with the International Monetary Fund. And I know that Barbadians are becoming weary of that continuing financial relationship, except that on this occasion, I believe it is couched in the language, and let me read it, not only the language, but within the comfort, if I may use that term, within the comfort of the RSF, the Resilience and Sustainability Facility at the IMF. So, once again, we establish relationships with the IMF, except that the government will want to respond by saying that on this occasion, the transfer of funds are low risk, cheap financing if you wish, and long term. But it continues that relationship with the International Monetary Fund. And I want to caution, since this government is now learning that criticism is not, that the government should not be intolerable to criticism and to constructive criticism. Intolerant. Yes, I said intolerable. I miss lunch. That the government should not be, and I'm glad you corrected me, that you should no longer be intolerant to criticism. I don't know if the government, somebody told the government that an opposition is there to flatter and to say how great thou art. I don't know if somebody told the government that, but there is this intolerance to criticism of whatever nature, whether it is constructive, and no criticism from here is intended to be destructive. This is done on behalf of the people of Barbados. And I reserve the right to criticize the government in any initiative. And sometimes, and there will be times, when even a voice in criticism is supportive in some aspects. But this voice today, in this debate, is cautioning the government against the abuse of funds, particularly when those funds become easily available and easily available within a facility that offers some liberal use of those funds, or some liberal, offers a liberal dispensation in terms of the cheapness of those funds, in terms of the long-term obligation to repay. And so I press on with a constructive critique of what the House has before it today. This is done, if sir, you wish to hear me, we may have to ask the Honourable Member for St. Thomas, while she's awake, to allow me to speak in silence. In silence. I want to be able to speak in silence. I don't mind you. I expect that you will rise after I finish and make your contribution, but accord me and accord this House the courtesy, in accordance with the rules of this House, that when a member is on his feet or her feet, in this case, his feet, just let me address the House in silence. Just let me address the House in silence. If you have a difficulty, if the Honourable Member has a difficulty with the content, the Honourable Member is free at the end of it to get up while she is this afternoon awake and make her contribution. And she will make it while I'm silent, but while I'm speaking. The people of Barbados will become very concerned that on every occasion that this voice is heard in this Parliament, there is this chorus. There is this chorus, now joined by another. It is not looking well in public that every time you hear a voice in opposition to the government is becoming so nervous. What is it that is making them so nervous? And whenever one talks about money, and whenever one talks about the expenditures of money by this government, whether it is Comey or Hope, whether it is Comey or Hope, there's this nervousness and there's this attempt to shout me down. Well, Your Honor, unless you can quiet them, I will continue to speak, and I will continue in constructive criticism of this government. I go back to the original caution. The fact that these monies are cheap and for developmental purposes does not offer the government an opportunity to turn these monies into a slush fund. This, as I understand it, is an opportunity for developmental initiatives. Now, I heard the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central speak of, his tones were low today, but he spoke of homeowners with PVs on the roof becoming investors. Homeowners with PVs on the roof becoming investors. Presumably then, they fall into the category of Barbadians who will benefit from the work of this blue-green bank. Now, if we reach that stage, and if we plan to reach that stage where we are promising the homeowners of Barbados who invest in photovoltaic systems on their roofs, that they will receive assistance from this blue-green bank, I believe that the government is therefore naturally obligated to clarify the present relationship with Barbados Light and Power. Because all the sweet talk that we hear about homeowners with PVs on their roofs becoming investors. Tell the people of Barbados why there are several people in this country who intend to invest in alternative energy by way of photovoltaic systems on their roofs, and they have had to stop. And no member of this government, no member of this large government has come out and told the people of Barbados who are not benefiting from the installation of those systems on their roofs why. One, they're not receiving anything, and two, they have had to truncate that transfer to alternative energy. Clarify, I'm not here to accuse anyone of anything, but let this government that is making promises to house owners with PV systems that they will become investors and that the bank will help them. Well, before the bank helps them, clarify for them the relationship between this government and Barbados Light and Power. And don't tell the people of Barbados that you're waiting on any FTC hearing. There's one sovereign power in this country, and that sovereign power is the government, not Barbados Light and Power. Clarify that relationship before we hear all this sexy talk about homeowners becoming investors. And I say it is sexy talk because I will go to other examples where this government involved itself in matters of blue-green, or in issues that we would want to describe as blue-green, the coral reefs off the coast of this country. During COVID, we allowed a number of ships to dock or to locate themselves within Barbados's territory, just off the island, less than 3 miles, so it was within the territory of Barbados. And I don't wish to necessarily disparage the nature of the hospitality that was extended. But we were told, this country was told that we were very kind and that they would repay us with future visits to this island, with ships filled with tourists, and that would be their repayment to this country. And naivety at this level of government is not a good thing. That somebody actually believe that a financial decision of ship owners would be influenced by the government's decision to allow them to berth, not dock, to berth off the coastline of Barbados. I think the government may want to tell the people of Barbados how many of those ships returned. But whether they returned or not, there was considerable damage, it is reported, done to the coral reefs off Barbados. Coral reefs that in cases take hundreds of years to grow. and they were destroyed. And the people of Barbados don't know the extent of the damage. But it is easy for us to talk about blue-green, and it sounds good. Well, it wasn't good when the government's initiatives were helping to destroy the coral reefs of this country. The roof program, we hear that obviously if blue-green relates itself to climate change and people's roofs become at risk, we've heard that sometimes 4 years later, people who lost their roofs still did not have the benefit of repair. But we walk around and we trumpet blue-green, blue-green. We're the champions of blue-green. And the words, in the last 4 years, no word has been repeated as often as sustainability. And we got tired of sustainability, and the recent one now is resilience. Everybody is resilient. And everything is about resilience. There's a resilient fund. And as a people, we must become resilient. So we exist in a domain of sweet-sounding words. And when you come to matter, the things that matter, material things, it seems to be a different story. The point I make is that our behavior, this government's behavior, has not met its promises. This government's behavior has not met its language. Oh, we are so sustainable and we are so resilient. And oh, we are so interested in the blue-green economy. A few years ago, I was persuasive enough to invite 2 ministers in this government to a town hall meeting at St. Lawrence. And they came. And one was kind enough in advance of that meeting to give me a tour of the area. And there had been a proposal to transform a swamp, and that is the swamp at St. Lawrence, into a marina. Now, it stood to reason that if you're transforming a swamp into a marina, you're disrupting natural life, bird life, the natural life of the swamp. There are springs, there are subterranean springs under that swamp, at the base of that swamp. And if you're pressing seawater into that swamp, there's a chance, perhaps, that it becomes brackish. And obviously, the two were incompatible. Within the ecosystem, there was an incompatibility between creating a marina over a swamp. Yet we were around here talking about blue-green initiatives, climate change. Well, if you wanted to talk about climate change, if you were going to create a swamp, a marina in that area, there's that beautiful shelf which constitutes the lagoon when you enter St. Lawrence Gap to the right. And sometimes you can walk out on solid terrain, Your Honor, perhaps for a mile. And I mean walk out without the water reaching your knees. That is the state of that natural environment. And somehow somebody had a proposal to put, well, not somebody, it was the government that was proposing to put in that location a marina, now if you're putting a marina in that swamp, and if you intended for craft, sea craft of whatever size and type, it meant that that shelf had to be destroyed. If you're creating a marina within the swamp and pleasure craft are going in there, it would seem to have indicated to all of us that you had to destroy that shelf, that coral shelf that is at the base of what is that beautiful lagoon. Now, again, during that period of time, the scientists taught us that it was madness to even contemplate it, far less to do it. The scientists taught us that in the event of bad weather with high winds, and waves, that shelf of which I spoke protects against dangerous surges from the sea. So that you are not only destroying on the left the swamp environment, a natural environment, but you were about to destroy on the right, going in, a treasured and cherished part of that marine environment. Yet, we were around here talking about the blue economy, and the green economy. But our actions remain inconsistent with our words. And that is always a problem. Now, those two ministers came and addressed the town hall meeting. I don't intend to be modest about this. I organized the meeting because they're constituents, and I felt that I had a duty to represent the interests of the constituents, even against the government, even against the might and power of the government. I organized it. And they left that meeting, and when I say they, I mean the residents and those of business interests in that community, and we did not take a poll on the night, but the residents resisted the idea of a marina being created in that area. They resisted it. Indeed, on the back page of the Nation, there was a detailed plan as to what was proposed to have been done, so that nobody can say that what I'm saying is the subject matter of myth. There was a plan on the back page of the Nation, precisely what was supposed to be done. Needless to say, a lot of those buildings along St. Lawrence Gap, including the After Dark, McBride's, Shipping, those are the old names, Shipping Stretch. A lot of those are old buildings at the edge of the swamp. So that if you had excavated and done a marina, only God and the good engineers know what would have happened to the subsoil and the foundations of those buildings along that McBride After Dark Shipping. It's no longer called Shipping, but they know what I mean, along that stretch. It was not wise. It was not environmentally wise to do it. But the point is, here was a government quite willing to do it. And on the second occasion, that having heard the ministers, and I would not say what was the response to the ministers, because I'm not here, this is not petty engagement for me. But on the second occasion, that first meeting was held in the St. Lawrence School. The second meeting was held in the St. Lawrence Anglican Church. Again, the residents came, and on that night, a poll was taken, and the residents were asked by one of the persons who coordinated the assemblage. She asked, look, let us settle this. How many of you in here are for this marina? And I think it was about 50 persons who raised their hands and said they are against it. Not one person in that assembly was in favor of the establishment, the building of a marina in that location. All were not residents because they had experts come and address them on the issue. Environmentalists came and addressed them, and the environmentalists were firmly of the view that it should not be done. We did not find one environmentalist who favored the transformation of a swamp into a marina. Everybody was against it. Of course, some people felt, and these are not people who were present there, but there are some people who get excited at change. They say Barbadians don't like change, but some people get excited at the prospect. And initially, when one hears of the plan to open up the businesses onto this stretch of water, seawater coming in, it is pretty, it sounds good, perhaps it may even look good. But the scientists inside government and outside government were against it. But the government was for it. When I say the government, I mean these distinguished ladies and gentlemen who come into this place on Tuesdays. It seems that they were for it. And they will not deny that they were for it. They will not deny that. But what has happened to it, we don't know. Has the will of the people who live in St. Lawrence and Dover triumphed over this government? We don't know. But it is a project which seems to have disappeared. And with the emergence of this legislation today, certainly this legislation will condemn that project to oblivion. It must not happen, it cannot happen, it will not happen. Not now. Not if you're talking blue-green. I say on behalf of those people who voted against it, that if the government returns with it, they must meet again and reject it. And reject it. Now, I referred, Your Honor, to the coral reefs. I referred to the St. Lawrence Swamp issue. I referred to the program, the roof program, and I extended the roof program to this issue of photovoltaic systems on people's roofs. We now begin to wonder, I return to the PVs on the roof, if there are to be loans available to assist people in the thrust towards alternative energy. How will these favors be dispensed? Who will be the favorites? Who will benefit? It's not going to be a bank from what we understand that is there for profit. It may well be there for preference. And another P word arises, politics. Non-profit, preference, politics. And we've seen this government's record. We've seen this government's record when it comes to expending, that this government has not distinguished itself as a government that spends among its citizens based on principle, nor based on merit, but based on political preferment. And the evidence of that is all over this country. Let this government say whether Lancaster, and we haven't left the subject of blue-green, because I understand they installed the photovoltaic systems on those houses. So they fall within the purview of this debate. we anxiously await the distribution of those houses. And will the residents of those houses benefit? Having been carefully chosen, will they benefit from loans given by this blue-green bank? I caution the people of Barbados to carefully scrutinize this blue-green bank as a potential source of political dispensation of funds. The government does not have a record of being fair. This government does not have a record of being fair. And who dislikes the criticism, eat it up. The criticism is fair. And the people of Barbados can see that the criticism is fair. So that while the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central has managed to sanitize his contribution, nothing personal here, one listen more to what he did not say than to what he did say. He's a very careful speaker. And he spoke carefully, and he normally is very polite. He normally is very polite. He speaks only when he's on his feet. He's not a coward. He doesn't hide in the chair. He doesn't hide in the chair and mutter aloud. He gets up and speaks into the microphone. You're teaching him some bad habits, you know. He would like to be a nice man. He wants to be a nice person. Please don't spoil him any longer. So, Your Honor, while on the face of it, a blue-green bank has noble objectives, I caution this government against using that bank as a source of political largesse. I've already told the public, and it is worth repeating, that as far as I am aware, and as far as I can see, this once again enters into a new relationship with the International Monetary Fund, which we are told will provide the first US $10 million. $10 million. And we are told that once established, the Blue-Green Bank will help finance US $250 million of green investments in affordable homes. How noble. And hurricane-resilient roofs. And the electrification of public and private transport and other Paris-aligned investments. What beauteous language. What beauteous and noble intent. What lovely promises. But they're not free. It will indebt this country once again. And if we are indebting this country, what I will say favorably now, for the Honourable Member, the benefit of the Honourable Member for St. Thomas, who is now deciding to display the kind of manners that her seniority would expect, and the kind of manners that clearly escape the Honourable Member for Christchurch East. What I will now say is that money spent on money spent in this way is probably money well spent. But the people of Barbados will be aware that it deepens that relationship with overseas lending agencies. So if we have come here today to indicate that this is a free meal, it's not a free meal. It is not a free meal. It continues the relationship of indebtedness between Barbados and the agencies of which Barbados is a member. The pipelines, I understand. I heard the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, as I said, very polite man. He spoke, I think he spoke of water, the initiative to change the pipes and so on. He is not so, well, I'll put it the other way. He is intelligent enough to understand that empty pipes do not leak and send up your bills. Empty pipes do not leak and increase your water bills. So that is why I like to respond to the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central. Very polite man, and he speaks intelligently. I don't respond to folly. I don't respond to people who believe that a parliamentary speech is an after-dinner speech where you crack jokes on the people's time. Everything is a silly joke, and when called upon to give intelligent answers to the people of St. John, you travel up there and tell them that their bills are high because the pipes that are empty are leaking, and therefore their bills have increased. And that is the legacy. That is the legacy of it is not the legacy of the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central. Such a polite man. And I wouldn't say I enjoyed his speech, but I enjoyed the fact, Your Honor, that he brings to this chamber a measure of sobriety. A measure of sobriety that makes his speeches worthy of a response. And that is why I like to respond to him, because his debate reaches a certain standard, and I respond to him. I look across at him and I respond to him. But those who are different, let me put it that way. Those who are different, I don't bother myself. If I wanted to hear an after-dinner speech, I would probably go. I know where to go. And here's not the place for after-dinner speeches. So, Your Honor, you know, I could filibuster. I could filibuster until 4:15 and be sure that I will do this in silence, because the Honourable Member for St. Thomas is sure to be asleep. She had her lunch, and I am sure that in 10 minutes she'll be sleeping. But I excite her, and one day I will confess to her that she excites me too.
Mr. Speaker, sir,
has
the
not
point
come.
of order, the Honourable Member is misleading the chamber. I have not taken my feet on the ground to speak in this debate, sir. And therefore, the Honourable Member is misleading the House. But if he loves the aged, then I welcome that, sir, because a lot of aged are suffering in Barbados, and it's about time he gets some knowledge from the aged. Thank you, sir.
I don't know if her microphone was on, but I did not hear a word. Perhaps I was transfixed by her beauty. And she is a very beautiful, look at that smile, it's so radiant. There is really an inconsistency between her conduct and her physical beauty. Yet, I am attracted to her, as she is to me. And all she is trying to do is to resolve this. Yes. Yes. She's blushing, sir. She's blushing. You're too sweet. Yeah. Your Honor, I believe I have responded to the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central whose speeches I do not mind hearing there. And I ask this government in all seriousness, to manage this blue-green bank and to manage it in the public interest, in the national interest, not to see it as an opportunity to dispense funds to favored persons, but to see it genuinely as a vehicle for national development. And if we're going to be gaining access, I don't like using access as a verb, if we're going to be gaining access to these long-term loans, let us use it wisely. Let us genuinely use it in the interest of this country, and let us use it with this government's recent record at Kensington. With this government's recent record at Kensington, the people don't trust them any longer. The people do not trust this government any longer when it comes to the management of public funds. The Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central is not present, and therefore there's no reason for me to respond to anything else I've heard. So with those few words, Your Honour, I am obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One hardly knows how to orient that particular mishmash of, one would say ideas, but I think that would be a bit too generous. But I will attempt to bring a bit of clarity.
No apologies there.
To
Oh, sorry.
some of that stream of consciousness or unconsciousness that we just heard. The first thing, sir, I want to clarify with respect to this blue-green bank, which has been sometime in the making, sometime in the discussion, and I'll say a little bit about the background and the history, the ideology of that. But I want to bring some sense, if I can, to some of the utterances of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, who is aiming to suggest through you to the people of Barbados that this bank springs, in his words, from a relationship with the International Monetary Fund. And, sir, it is so important. If one pretends to any ideas of leadership of a sovereign nation, to have a sense of the lay of the land, to be able to understand the international financial and development structure of the world and of her or his own country. It is very important, if one aims to lead a people, to orient oneself to these ideas. And so let me first say that the blue-green bank that was so ably presented by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central does count on some capitalization from the Resilience and Sustainability Fund of the International Monetary Fund. But it certainly does not spring from a relationship with the IMF. But in that regard, I think there is something that a person who would want or try to be a leader first of an institution, let's get that out of the way first, and then of a country, must understand. And we keep hearing that this criticism is done on behalf of the people of Barbados. I mean, I'm not even sure that it is done on behalf of the people of George Street. But he may want to try his key to see if those people still consider that he speaks on their behalf. But sir, I want us to clarify that the boogeyman of the IMF that people have set up in the past, I dare say, is not the IMF that exists today. And the fact is that the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, the Honourable Prime Minister, and the team that works with her, I don't think it is bragging to suggest that Barbados has had an impact on the nature and the structure and the approach of no less an institution than the International Monetary Fund. We saw it as we were preparing to put together the economic package and set of policies as a new government coming to service in 2018. We saw that we were able to say to the fund, and I keep saying to people, this is not, the fund that we are engaged with in a conversation is not your grandmother's IMF. And what do I mean by that? We saw the structural adjustment policies of the late 80s and the 90s. Many of us lived through them. We saw the impact they had in Jamaica. We saw the impact they had right here in Barbados. We saw the impact around the world. It is one of the reasons why we are calling for a renewed global international financial system. But this call for a renewed international global financial system, I dare say, is not a new one. And I will come to that. But a country like Barbados, small as it is, was able to say to the IMF, look, notwithstanding that we will engage with you, we want you to understand that we determine that pensions must increase. We determine, before we sign anything or go anywhere, that free tertiary education must be restored to the young people of Barbados. We determine that welfare payments must increase. Now let us hear you on some of the things that you want to suggest as part of an extended fund facility. And so this very resilience and sustainability trust, this resilience and sustainability fund that was established, on which this Blue-Green Bank draws, came out of conversations with no less a country than Barbados. Came out of conversations with little Barbados. And a lot of the reorientation of the IMF towards sustainability, towards resilience, the same words that the Honourable Member for Christchurch South doesn't like, but that means something, whether he likes it or not. The fact is that this very facility came out of those conversations in a context where the IMF was led very much in its orientation and its new dispensation to resilience and sustainability, things that other development banks really had dropped the ball on in some cases, and is now reorienting itself to say, look, we can't just go into countries and suggest cutting wages and salaries, cutting social expenditure. It's not the same institution, and that kind of institution will not survive. That kind of institution will not find any favor or will not find any safe harbor in a country like Barbados that is concerned with providing all of the necessary requirements for the well-being of its citizens. And so, rather than this notion that this bank springs from a relationship with the IMF, it actually comes from the understanding among those who work with the government of Barbados and those in the government of Barbados that we have to have a new approach to how we finance our own development and stop waiting for people to come in and lend us some money and hope for the best. But sir, you know, I realize that in situations where certain speakers cannot rely on a real substantive dismissal of an argument or real substantive disagreement on content, we have the approach, sir, that is associated with a famous chicken that many of us might know. The sky is falling. You remember that chicken? It's a famous chicken. Chicken licking. Oh dear, you feel a little something, the sky must be falling. And instead of saying, being able to satisfy people that this is what is coming and hitting you, look, it is here, it is just notions that something bad will happen. You will find that approach in other governments, in other populist movements that are taking hold around the world that have no regard, notwithstanding what they tell you, they actually are not interested at all in the well-being of the country. Just to be able to swing it away from the path of development into fear and destruction and anxiety, and to think that that is what will drive people. But Barbadians know what it is to be inspired and to provide inspiration to a government that helps lead it. And so I am not concerned that the chicken little, but this one might be a chicken licking, something so. I am not too concerned about that approach damaging the Barbadian ethos and the Barbadian spirit, because it is stronger than that. Sir, I've been in development economics and development for almost 25 years, notwithstanding what I'm told my plots suggest. And in those 25 years, sir, we have seen an evolution in what development means and how we go about the business of development. Sir, we used to be told, and I remember the conversations, trying to structure projects and being told that you have to separate the climate argument from the development argument. And the Honourable Member for St. Michael South will know this well. You were being told by development banks, you were being told by international financial institutions, if you are doing climate and environment, it has to be about science. It has to be about the emissions, and it has to be about the ocean, and it has to be, I want to see the climate argument. And they used to say famously, to my horror, climate is not development. There are those of us in this business for over 20 years that remember that. Sir, I came to an institution in this region to work almost, I won't call the amount of years, some years ago now. I won't call the number of years. And I was responsible for an area that they were calling poverty reduction and economic security. Except that they said to me, you are working in Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean? There's no poverty there. That's what they said. There's no poverty there. So you can't get money to spend. The money that we have as a global institution is going to Asia and is going to Africa, and do your best with this fine change here. That's what they said. And the way that I responded was to say, all right, you know what? People who are in vulnerable situations, people that are in insecure housing, people that live in communities where the ground is shifting, people who have certain kinds of deprivations, guess what? Those people are most vulnerable to changes in climate. So here what is going to happen now. I'm going to ask you for some of this climate money to deal with some of the deprivations related to infrastructure and housing and so on, that these populations, these vulnerable populations, are experiencing. Sir, I had to make the argument for climate finance to deal with poverty and economic insecurity 15 years ago. This is not new. But it is an idea whose time has finally come in ways that can have meaning for the people of this region and other people around the world who live in climate vulnerable countries. And so what we have now is a situation where the world is finally realizing that the climate response is not just about the science. Yes, we need to control emissions. Yes, we need to limit warming. But we need to do those things not just to protect the planet for future generations, because we also need to make sure there's intergenerational fairness. Not just fairness among the people who occupy the planet today, but among the people who, between us and the people who are not yet born. Intergenerational fairness. We are only custodians of this planet. We have to keep it in good order for the people to come. But finally, we realize that climate and development cannot be separated because we live on the planet. And when things start to happen, there is nowhere to go and hide. Look at the turbulence in the skies. Look at the planes that are being tossed around. Look at the ships that are being tossed around. One time you could build an ocean-going vessel and be confident that it is not going to capsize. The things out there looking like fishing boats, sir. Looking like the same jet skis, and you all remember St. Michael South for St. Michael West Central came to address the other day. We live on this planet, and so any security that we are trying to bring about for people is taking place in the context of a changing planet. And so all of that is development. And so this Blue-Green Bank is absolutely a development bank, but it is development that is focused on the real root of the problem. What were we doing before? I worked, sir, at a development bank earlier that was responsible for 19 boring members in this region. I recall, sir, going on a mission to one of those boring members and driving across a bridge where there was a sign that said, "This bridge is being refurbished, repaired," and it had the names of the development banks on the sign. Because, you know, international financial institutions love to brand development. And it had the names on the sign. This bridge is being repaired by these institutions. Sir, within 3 weeks, that bridge had been destroyed in a hurricane. And 3 weeks after that, I was back in the country. And I couldn't cross the bridge, but I visited the bridge. Sir, and there was another sign, and there was another set of banks, and another set of donors that country now had to pay again for the same bridge. So that was 2 loans, sir. And so when a country is caught up in that vicious cycle of borrowing to adapt to a climate crisis, to stronger, more destructive hurricanes, where is the space for development? Climate is development. And so it occurred to me then, or it was solidified in my brain then, that the way that international financial institutions develop instruments, the kinds of things that they sell to countries, those have to change. Because otherwise it is just a new colonialism, where countries like us are simply dependent on loans at 10 and 15-year repayment at 6 and 7% interest rate until another hurricane comes along and destroys another bridge or another road, and we are caught in that cycle again. But this blue-green bank and what underpins it suggests a different financial model. It says that actually there is such a thing as sustainable climate investment that we do ourselves. I must correct the, once again, errant Honourable Leader of the Opposition, that this is not about Barbados being indebted to other countries. This is about being able to capitalize a domestic, in the first instance, and regional financial institution where we set the terms of how we build out a sustainable industry. Sir, when I was first introduced to development around environment and climate, one of the portfolios we had was called energy efficiency and renewable energy. I don't know who recalls that. Energy efficiency and renewable energy. And somewhere along the line, I think we lost the conversation about energy efficiency. But we know from more research that actually the contribution of energy efficiency, making sure that we lose less power in transition, is actually going to take us quite a ways to where we need to go in terms of limiting emissions and addressing some of the financial burden that is associated with spend on fossil fuels. Sir, it means that a country, a world, must be re-engineered in all of its practices, the way we live, the way we do business, the way we manufacture. Everything that we do needs to transition along that path. It has to come from inside out. And the only way that we will have an inclusive growth out of this is if we lead it, is if we are able to attract and establish companies that are able to help us in that energy transition. One of the things we know, for example, sir, is that DC power transmission incurs lower power losses than AC power transmission, which means increased efficiency. So what will it take to be able to transition from AC to DC power? This is the substance of what we're talking about here. Where is the company? Where are the individuals? What is the process by which, through access to the kind of capital that is available through the Blue-Green Bank, we will be able to see that transition across industries in Barbados and the region? That is the substance of this sustainability and resilience, words that apparently the Honourable Leader of the Opposition does not understand. This is what they mean. And so that, you know, sir, you will have heard the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East, the Honourable Prime Minister, make reference to the fact that one of the reasons for these sick buildings that we are seeing has to do, yes, with new norms in construction, and perhaps that is a conversation for another day. But you will have heard her say that it also has to do with the impact of the ashfall on buildings. But sir, I could have told everyone, based on the damage and loss assessment that we did in 2021, that that would be the outcome. It was in the report that many in this honourable place read and saw. We inhabit these spaces that we have to protect. And the way that we protect them so that we can live and work healthfully is through these kinds of investments. But sir, this is not just about a bank. This is about an ecosystem for development. And I'll say what I mean. An ecosystem is what? It is a group of things or processes or beings that work together, that must work together in order to create the kind of outcome or the kind of experience that we want to have. And so this is not just about a bank. It is also about the budgetary measures for 2024 that we heard earlier this year. Because while the Blue-Green Bank in its investment functions focuses on investing in businesses or projects for the development or commercialization of green and sustainable technologies, and on investing in businesses or projects pursuing climate mitigation, climate resilient, or climate adaptation strategies, investing in businesses that supply goods and services needed to develop or commercialize or needed for use in the blue and green sectors of the economy, and so on. While this bank goes to finance those things, we also have budgetary measures as follows, and I seek to remind the country through you, sir. An additional 25% non-refundable tax credit to boost the 50% research and development tax credit for projects related to the ocean and the greening of the economy. Sir, a 50% refundable tax credit for projects resulting in net zero emissions in Barbados. Sir, the budgetary measures introduced also make reference to coastal zone management, a 50% tax credit that will be introduced for beach rehabilitation, coral reef restoration, and other marine conservation works approved by the Coastal Zone Management Unit. Sir, sustainability and resilience are not just concepts. If they are so in the head of the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, I encourage him to read the evidence that is before this House. That was uttered by the Honourable Minister of Finance, the member for St. Michael North East, in the budgetary measures that are being executed while the bank is being set up. Sir, imagine that you are able to have affordable access to finance from the Blue-Green Bank at the same time that you are able to attract these kinds of concessions on projects that are meant to improve the resilience of the country. This is not just putting an institution together and leaving it there. These are intentional policy steps that are meant to take us to the future that we want. And if the Honourable Leader of the Opposition does not understand what ideas in practice look like, ideas whose implementation are in flight, this is what it looks like. Because based on the individuals and the ideology with whom he now chooses to associate, he may not understand that. But this Barbados Labour Party government is in the habit of that. Not just words, but real execution. So imagine the savings, imagine the business that you can create when you have these concessions paired with the affordable financing from this bank, paired, sir. We've always said that we are not a tax and spend government. We understand that there are other ways to create the environment for these things to happen. That's why we brought new planning legislation to be able to govern how sustainable development occurs, physical development occurs in the country. That's why we brought a physical development plan to be able to govern the changing landscape of the country, and together to ensure that people can survive the changing climate, but can also use it as an industrial opportunity. The Sustainable Industrial Development Policy, sir, I don't like to be in the habit of talking about things to come, but that is the framework within which all of this is taking place. This is about being able not just to sit and say, oh, Kadir, the sea is rising. Oh, Kadir, the place getting hotter. But how can we make sure that that industrial transition, that AC to DC power, that solar PV, how do we ensure that it is not just thought about, but it is financed, that it is encouraged, sir? Sir, I will make as my final intervention the following. The idea of creating a financing pathway for all of what we have to do on climate, which is development, not climate and development. Response to the climate crisis, which is at the same time response to development. It is housing, it is water, it is infrastructure, it is industry. It came from the realization that the Green Climate Fund, notwithstanding the fact that in 2018, I was able to settle and sign a $46 million grant with the Green Climate Fund in my former dispensation as Minister in Economic Affairs. But that the team also followed that with an $80 million grant from the same Green Climate Fund to the same water sector some years after that. But when I was able to visit South Korea those years ago, what was the conversation that I had with the GCF? It was that, thank you for the trust and the confidence and the investment. But the truth is that these one-off, project-based kinds of approaches to changing the resilience profile of a whole country, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna cut it. Because just like that country that I visited that had the bridge mashed up and they had to mash up and buy back, just like that country, that is the position we would find ourselves in if we keep taking a little bit and doing a thing and hoping for the best, and then taking another little bit and doing a thing. It has to be a whole of government, whole of country, whole of the national consciousness approach to how we set our development pathway. And so we settled then at that meeting in South Korea that we would have a programmatic approach to what we have to do to address the development pathway of the country. Sir, climate is development. And that programmatic approach you now find in the Rooster Reef program, you now find in the Climate Investment Plan, you now find in the Energy Transition Plan, and sir, you now find in this Blue-Green Bank. Sir, I am confident, I am proud, and you know, just like the turbulence in the skies, we seem to think that something that the world doesn't understand quite yet fully how to fix, that somehow, having given many of the answers already to the international financial institutions as little Barbados, but somehow we suggest that we must never be in the place of charting a path. We must always know. We must wake up knowing. We must know from jump. Sir, a lot of what the world is doing now around climate and resilience was originated, was birthed in this little Barbados. And so there is no doubt in my mind that this government and the people who we humbly serve have the wherewithal to take advantage of this new opportunity and to turn it into a future for themselves and their children. Sir, with those few words, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member St. James Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Sir, I want to make an intervention here, and obviously, sir, one has to reflect ever so briefly on what substance one can locate that actually fell from the lips of the Honourable Member for Christchurch South in his intervention on behalf of the opposition. Sir, I do not know. I start by always reminding myself that I was raised by my grandmother in large measure, sir. I don't know if you were a grand's boy, sir, but my grand, of no blessed memory, used to tell me, well, you know, there's none so blind as he who will not see. And I think sometimes when we listen to our friend from Christchurch South, we are recognizing the wisdom of the ages. There's none so blind as he who will not see. Now, sir, there's nobody in Barbados who will not tell you in the most casual and passing of terms, based on their own experience, which they see with their naked eyes every day and experience. Last month was hot, though. I don't remember May or April ever being so hot. this will be said to you by everybody in Barbados because this is what we see, we experience it. There are those, Mr. Speaker, sir, who would tell you that last year there wasn't no rain. For about 6 months of the year, there was nothing but drought everywhere in the island. That's what we experienced. This is what we know. This is what we saw. In fact, it was so bad, if I recall correctly, that the Deputy Prime Minister had to institute in the latter part of the year severe water conservation measures because we had to protect that little bit of water we had in our aquifers. But now along comes a modern-day Donald Trump, a Barbadian version, a climate skeptic. A climate skeptic, Mr. Speaker, sir. Added to all the other things that one may now label him with, if one listens to the Steve Blackett's of this world, he's now added to that, he is now to be understood as a climate skeptic, self-professed a heretic, Mr. Speaker. All that you see with your naked eyes is to be disbelieved because the Honourable Member for Christchurch South says to the contrary. Now, I would not have paid the former senator, leader of government business for the Democratic Labour Party, to be my speechwriter or research assistant. I believe that if that is a payment, a contract of payment in which payment is given for that which we were subjected to today, the only advice I would give to the leader of the opposition is to call back for his money. It was a deplorable presentation, sir, beginning by scandalizing a blue-green bank. Set up here, sir, to assist this country, sir, with blending public and private funds to incentivize the transition to clean energy, to help us develop a low-carbon economy, sir. And lo and behold, without a shred of evidence, it is dragged into the mire of all the Democratic Labour Party understands politics to be and can never be, is a slush fund. It could be a slush fund. He will warn us about it being a slush fund. And there are so many other funding agencies around Barbados functioning effectively today, withstanding scrutiny of every type, being given by regulatory agencies the highest levels of approval, Mr. Speaker, sir. But all that they descend into is that which instinctively they know. It can be a slush fund. And I want to urge the Honourable Member that he's fallen beneath standards that people expect of him. Today he made an admission, sir, withstand me. Complained that the Attorney General's speech was too short, so it did not give him enough time to read the legislation. Well, what foolishness is that? I happen to reside on the same street as the Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker, so the lights were not off last night. Do your homework. Do your homework. But you can't be reposing confidence in failed and incompetent individuals and paying them to come in here, provide you with something to come in here with, only to leave you naked in the breeze. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, the abuse of the Blue-Green Bank notwithstanding, there was a clear misappreciation of what it is about. It is about investment, Mr. Speaker, sir, and facilitating investment in environmentally related projects, and they need not repeat that which the member for St. Michael's South Central so ably expatiated upon just now. I want to correct a few things before I go into the substance of the speech, because the Honourable Member rambled like Rambling Rose and butter on Lancaster. I want him to take Lancaster out of his mouth. He obviously does not know what is taking place in that part of the world. It is my constituency. I have a duty, sir, to clear the record. They got people living in Lancaster in those houses today, though. There are housing solutions, Mr. Speaker, sir, because he had found fault in this house with the term solution. There are housing solutions which reflect the occupation of human beings, Barbadian born and bred, in Lancaster today. Yes, and with photovoltaics on the roof. Mr. Speaker, sir, he talks as well about deepening the relationship with overseas agencies in the context of saying that we went to we were with the IMF, and according to him, we've extended our relationship with the IMF to look for, hear it, because I took a copious note, low risk, cheap money. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to ask you, if you, sir, had to do some redevelopments at your home or at your place of business, which I believe you own, and Mr. Speaker, sir, would you go and look for the most expensive loan that you could find? Or would you want it to be a lesser cost loan? What makes sense to you, Mr. Speaker? Because we can make this thing too rarefied and treat it as though it is a debate taking place up in the rafters, when this is not that difficult, even for the member of Christchurch South to understand. Yes, we would prefer to get a lower cost loan. And yes, we would prefer to have a low risk loan. But Mr. Speaker, sir, is that not at its core all that the leader of this country has been saying, not only about Barbados' policy, but that the policy of the developing world must be? That if, Mr. Speaker, we are going to build out the resilience, and he doesn't like that word now, because apparently, according to this honourable member, there are some terms which are found in every ordinary Collins or Oxford dictionary that because they are used more frequently now, given the climate crisis that is upon us, those terms must not be used because the honourable member for Christchurch South don't like them. But I have no apology to make for saying that we are building out the resilience of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, sir, when we came to office, we found, and he found, that honourable member, found feces and excrement running freely in the streets of his constituency. We had, Mr. Speaker, sir, to clean it up. We had to make sure it wasn't running into the beach area where people who formerly represented the government, and according to that honourable member, they are now in the process of naming candidates, and among the people that he indicated that he would be looking to inflict on the body politic of Barbados again, among those persons, sir, was an individual who ran amok on that musty beach. And Mr. Speaker, sir, let us not forget that that beach was musty because of the fact that effluent was running into the water. We had, sir, to clean it up. And part of that which we did, he may see it only as taking up sewage off the streets. We had, Mr. Speaker, sir, to build resilience, because you just can't have the effluent running into the water. And if you have to hold a tutorial for the honourable member, that it also damages the reef, it also damages all of the biodiversity is the word I'm looking for, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the flora and fauna of the sea. It's biodiversity. And you know, his other neighbor, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the honourable the minister responsible for the environment. So if he wanted, and there's nobody more amicable, live just across the road from one another. And when he goes over there to show his children what a goat is and where goat's milk comes from, Mr. Speaker, sir, he could ask the honourable member, teach me a little bit about the green economy and the blue economy. And I'm sure that the honourable member would do that for him if he wanted to learn. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are building resilience. And let us be very frank about what it is about. We can't talk about building resilience without recognizing that there's a disparity in the way in which countries are treated around the world. Now, if the leader of the opposition in Barbados doesn't understand that, I'm prepared to help him. If you wanted to build a boardwalk to protect the beaches in Dover, in England, or go down Brighton by their beaches in England, and you want to build a boardwalk, like how we got a boardwalk on our South Coast. Mr. Speaker, sir, the British government going to borrow that money and are going to pay 3 or 4% interest on the money. Do you know that if you came to Barbados to do the same type of structure on a beach, same type of beach, well, our beach is different to the one out there, sand, sea. Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, we can borrow at 14% and 16%. And why? Why? Because of the fact, sir, they will tell you that there's an inherent risk and a greater vulnerability to our economy. And so therefore to lend us is a greater risk on payback terms. And we say to them that inequality of treatment is something that cannot continue to stand. Because if inherently, first of all, it is discriminatory, and you're discriminating once again against the smallest, the most vulnerable, the most black, and the most poor. But not equally, Mr. Speaker, sir, equally, it is a developmental problem for us because we are countries that don't have the level of financing. They do, but we have the level of vulnerability which is critical for us to correct. And Mr. Speaker, therefore, we press them through global initiatives like the Bridgetown Agenda in order to lift their conscience, lift their gaze, lift their understanding to the level of the problem that confronts us as a people. And not only us in Barbados, but us as a region. And not only us as a region, Mr. Speaker, sir, but the small island developing states of the globe. That's what it's about. Now, I get it that that might be an inconvenient truth for the gentleman who leads the opposition. It might be an inconvenient truth to know that there is a government that is capable of speaking with global voice and with global reach on a matter of existential importance to ordinary people in the Caribbean and to ordinary people in the Pacific and to ordinary people across the world. Oh, Mr. Speaker, sir, the boy saying he over there, he went of his own volition. He went of his own volition. I don't think he's sorry. He went actuated by malice, dripping with malice, choosing not to vent those difficulties that he may have had of a personal nature in parliamentary group meetings. And all here I will sit down, Mr. Speaker, sir, if anyone on this bench wants to rise to contradict me that he would participate in our parliamentary group meetings. Wouldn't come, chose not to participate, but yet still, sir, has every opportunity to bombard this government with accusations of a malicious nature. No, Mrs. I am upset because I thought better of you. I'm not offended. I am upset because I thought better of you. And somebody has to tell you the truth that, boy, we're going to do. Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't want conversation with him in here. So I am moving on. But we, sir, have to, no, let us be very frank about it, sir. The reality is that the suggestion in this House that there's something wrong with a government seeking low risk and cheap financing is a nonsense. And I want to scotch that immediately. It is a nonsense to say that there's something wrong with seeking low risk financing or inexpensive finance. And I'm going to go further. It is also our ambition to find financing with a longer tenor. Because, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Minister of Finance cannot be expected one day to be thinking about how he is going to be able to retrofit all of the secondary schools of this country. And we know that all of them need work. All need work. And primary. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, sir, as he's planning out that in the budget, along come a hurricane, and he now has to think now, sir, about how he could get a hospital or a polyclinic or an airport or some other essential service because the island has been devastated. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, we need to have longer terms of loan. so that we are in a position to plan down the road as others have been able to do in the international financial system. So there's going to be no apology from this quarter, honorable member, through you, Mr. Speaker. And I am happy to go and sit down on his gallery as I have done in the past. I'm not enemies with you. Remember, no, I'm not there to fall out between me and he that I know of. When I'm finished putting a few lashes on him today, he may not speak to me for a week, but that is life. I am indebted to him, sir, because he would drop my little boy to school, and as indeed I have done that with him. So this will not get between us. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want him to be faithful to facts. And the inescapable facts are that this country, sir, like all the others in this Caribbean, are stressed financially. And therefore, we have to be looking for longer tenor of loans. We have to be looking for lower risk loans. We have to be looking for cheaper money. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's come to what we can do with the money. Because, sir, this issue about building resilience seems to offend some people in the Democratic Labour Party. I want to remind the honourable member on behalf of the Democratic Labour Party that he has the pleasure to lead. Quarter. The quarter of the Democratic Labour Party that he has the pleasure to lead. I want to remind him, Mr. Speaker, sir. Yes. The Green Climate Fund, Mr. Speaker, sir, only a few months ago, made available to this country 80 million Barbados dollars, 80 million Barbados dollars by way of a grant. A grant, Mr. Now, you ain't got to pay none back. Because they only, every time they hear about interfacing with the international financial community, oh, they're going to borrow more money. Oh, they're borrowing again. $80 million made available to a grant in order to make sure that our agricultural sector, Mr. Speaker, sir, at its intersection with water, was able to be resilient. I don't know why the honourable member dislikes this word resilient. But if it ain't made resilient, sir, how then do we solve the problem that we have, sir, of being a water-stressed country in which the Honourable Minister of Agriculture must find financing and must find the resource of water to get to his farmers? Now, Mr. Speaker, I just reminded the House, last year we were so water-stressed that we had a drought for the first 5 months of the year. In fact, sir, it was so bad that the actual statistic is, and I want the honourable member to listen carefully, the actual statistic is that we had last year during the first 5 to 6 months 53% less rainfall than over the 30-year average preceding last year. It was that bad. 53% less rainfall than over the preceding 30 years. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, that is a crisis for most people. And it has to be fixed because at the same time as we did that, let us just pause and park the farmers one side for a little while. Let us consider, Mr. Speaker, sir, the parish of St. Joseph, where folks, good Barbadian citizens, noble and true. The parish of St. Andrew, good Barbadian citizens, Mr. Speaker, sir. Parts of St. Thomas and St. James Central and St. Lucy, Mr. Speaker, sir. The whole north, virtually. St. Peter, equally, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I go so far as to say that there may be as many as 7 parishes last year that were substantially stressed because of the fact that we were in that state of drought. These are households, sir, that got old people. They are households that got young children. These are big women, Mr. Speaker, sir, that got to go to work when the day come. Mr. Speaker, sir, these are, I talk about old people, senior citizens. And I want to remind the House, Mr. Speaker, sir, that 50% of the world's population today is in that state of affairs, I got to think about Barbados. The Honourable Prime Minister got to think about Barbados. And what we were doing was to try to make sure that we had sufficiency of water resource in order to look after the people of Barbados, Mr. Speaker. Now, I do not know, therefore, what the quarrel is with this effort to build resilience. I can tell the honourable member, in case he's not aware, the Water Authority has told us that they got about 2,500 kilometers of mains about this place, and that the mains leaking. That them, what was that? My time come? Up. Don't worry if it's up or not. The difference between me and you is that I can get up. Don't worry about me and you. And when time comes, it will go down. So the point that I'm making, Mr. Speaker, sir, this point I'm making, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that if we have 2,500 kilometers of mains that have to be replaced in Barbados, and the Democratic Labour Party, or the part of it that he now represents, but the totality of the past government, sir, did not do anything towards substantially replacing those mains. Pipes rusting in the ground and leaking in the ground. You just heard the Honourable Member talk about the loss of water. It is revenue loss as well, Honourable Member. It is revenue lost as well. And that revenue loss, Mr. Speaker, sir, can only be fixed one way. You can't stand up in George Street and say, hocus pocus, let us fix that. You can't do like they do in George Street and go in under cover of darkness and break in to burgle, Mr. Speaker, sir. What you have to do, sir, is to face the financiers globally and pay the bill to take the 2,500 kilometers of leaking mains out of the ground and replace them. And Mr. Speaker, sir, if it is coming at the cost of $2 million US dollars, United States dollars, $2 million per kilometer of mains, it tells you the kind of billions that the leader of this government has to look for. So what manner of folly would it be for her to be facing bills that run into tens and hundreds of billions of dollars to say, I am not interested in a low interest loan. I am not interested in a loan with a longer tenor. What manner of folly would it be? And as I sit there and I look across into the eyes of the honourable gentleman, sir, his eyes betray his soul because he is registered understanding. Don't mind you heard the voice today saying certain things that are contrary. His eyes just registered understanding. And if he could, he would get up and he would apologize for the speech he gave. Huh? But we have to bear with him, sir, because he put himself where he is. The boy said he did, I tell you so already. But Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to remind the House, because I just gave you the example of where we got the grant. But I think it was in January or so of last year, we would have gotten a $100 million loan from the World Bank. Again, hear him again, another one. Mr. Speaker, sir, it was a loan which turns on helping us to flesh out a low-carbon economy. It helps us, Mr. Speaker, sir, by way of embarking on two fundamental pillars. One pillar, sir, is that which can only be described as building the resilience through the correct architecture. Now, again, if you got to give the honourable gentleman a tutorial, let us do so. The architecture, Mr. Speaker, sir, will partially be a legal architecture. You have to have the laws in place, which are not now in place, but must be put in place in order for us to transform the way the economy of Barbados works in the interest of it being more resilient to the climate crisis that is now upon us. It is not our fault, sir, that we got to come here and put laws in place on water usage or water reusage. No, through the Northern Caribbean, all through the Northern Caribbean, where there is drought right now. And you go as far up as Bermuda, Mr. Speaker, sir, the legislation has been in place in Bermuda for donkey years on your conservation requirements, on the law of water use and water reuse, Mr. Speaker. But it falls to us today. Even though there was an honourable member for St. Philip West who was also in charge of water under the last administration, who did sweet nothing about that legislation. We must now put the correct legislation in Barbados with respect to water conservation, water use, or water reuse in this country, sir. But that got come down the pipe. He wants to be Speaker of the House, sir. He won't tell you how long I am to talk for. He can't take the lashes.
I didn't hear you, Honourable Member.
He can't take the lashes.
Honourable Member said what, that he wants to...
He won't be Speaker of the House.
Who you said that wants to do that?
The honourable gentleman for Christchurch, sir. I don't take him on, sir, and neither should you. We have, sir, to have the necessary legislative environment, sir, to deal with things like marine pollution. Because it is not only about the terrestrial space, it's about the marine space and the adequate protection of the marine space. So the honourable member can look at his watch as long as he like. I am going to say that he went and took notes and paid for them by a failed foreign minister in Barbados, sir. It's something that he should be embarrassed about, because the speech should have been teaching him that he could come in here and say something sensible about the way we got to protect our marine space. But in the process of protecting the marine space, Mr. Speaker, sir, are we not in fact building resilience to the Barbados economy? Because that marine space is used by the tourism sector. That marine space, probably to all intents and purposes, will be used extensively by the energy sector. That marine space, Mr. Speaker, sir, is used the fishery sector and multiple other ways. Mr. Speaker, so in part, we deal with the legal architecture that has to be dealt with. But equally, sir, then there is the financial aspect of it, because we got to set money aside for environmental sustainability in this country. I'm sure the Honourable Prime Minister has said that repeatedly. That business cannot be as usual in Barbados. In planning out the economy and the way the economy goes in the future, we have to be thinking in every sector about those things which are environmentally sustainable. And that then, therefore, sir, tells you why it is that we would prefer to have a fleet of buses which are energy efficient, electric buses, as opposed to the diesel guzzlers that the Democratic Labour Party would have had and left to them would have kept. Well, they may not have bought any, that's true too, because they didn't do much to maintain the fleet. And then, sir, we have to look not only at those that are owned by the state, but equally that those public service vehicles that are privately owned as well, so that you transform your fleet. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I therefore found grave difficulty when I listened to the Honourable Member trying to make it small the issue of resilience. I also feel, sir, that he fails to grasp the importance of resilient infrastructure. And that I think is self-explanatory. But closely annexed to that work which is being done by my friend, the senior minister in Christchurch West, sir, must be the unspoken problem, but it's a rampant problem, of agency level failing. That there are many agencies in Barbados that do not have a sustainable and functional disaster management plan. Let us understand, sir, that we cannot have a tourism sector if there is no functional and adequate tourism disaster management plan. That you can't just wait for a storm to pass through and decimate 5 or 10 hotels, not wood, and you hope that it don't happen, sir. And then you sit down and look at yourself and say, oh Lord, what are we going to do? There must be a plan. And it may come as a surprise to you, Mr. Speaker, sir, but these are the things that we even today have to engage with people in that sector on, and to ensure that it is adequate and sufficient, sir, for the needs of this country. These are the things, sir, that a thinking Democratic Labour Party may wish to lend its mind to. You know, I heard about the renewable energy, sir, but I'm not understanding from the Honourable Member that he himself understands that this is a journey about building capacity. It is a journey. It didn't begin and end at one point. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, if the Honourable Member has forgotten, we do not need any lectures, any mealy-mouth lectures. This government was the first government, in spite of the fact that you have a senator that was a consultant to the Prime Minister, the former Prime Minister, in his capacity as Minister of Energy. This government was the first government to come here in order to have a program and a plan of action that would see the democratization of energy in Barbados at the household level, man. You're telling me that there is a challenge with getting batteries into Barbados is not the fault of the Barbados Labour Party government. There's a challenge in obtaining batteries all around the world. All around the world. That there's a challenge, Mr. Speaker, sir, in having the regulator move at the speed that the government would like is not something that the Barbados Labour Party is thrilled about. Obviously, sir, the regulator is an independent quasi-judicial entity. And we have to respect that. And if we were ever so drunk as not to respect the regulator, the first body, sir, the first body, the first body to come down on us will be the same said leader of the opposition, speaking out the other side of his mouth then. So that then today, it's a government. What? The regulator is not the government? The government is the government. But that suit him, no. Let the Prime Minister make the mistake of taking up and exercising state power against the regulator. And he be head body, we're going to court. The rights have been infringed. I believe in constitutional authority. I believe, you know the speech. We've all heard the speech from Dr. Jekyll when he's speaking about Mr. Hyde. We've all heard the speech, Mr. Speaker. So I am not going to be bamboozled into buying that. You sell that snake oil elsewhere, not here, Mr. Speaker. And then he goes after the light and power. Well, I don't know. We all know that the light and power, Barbados Light and Power is also a generator of electricity. The Barbados Light and Power is the sole purchaser of the electricity. You cannot squeeze the light and power out of the picture, and there's nobody else to play the role, so you've got to work with them. The Honourable Prime Minister Barbados does not run the Barbados Light and Power. I will say to you that if you have a view on how better the light and power can participate in this process, say it. Share it. Share it. And I know you don't have the view, so go and ask your senator what might be in her mind. I am not persuaded that you'll get much better than what you have to offer. But that's another matter. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, we come back now to some of the critical issues. Because we, sir, have to recognize... How much time I have, Mr. Speaker, sir?
Honourable member, listen not to the honourable member for his Christ.
I'm not asking him, sir.
He does not possess the capacity to tell you that.
Agreed,
This is my
possess the
sole
capacity.
domain. This is the domain of the Speaker and the Speaker alone. Continue, honourable member.
He has never... He's never been... You cannot fairly accuse him of having capacity, Mr. Speaker, sir. That would be unfair to him. I checked the time. I want to know how much time,
I remember we have 2 more minutes.
How many more overs so that I can lift the run rate? I want to know how much more overs so I can lift the run rate. No, but Mr. Speaker, sir, let us go back to where we were, because we have to recognize that this country is in the process of doing multiple things, and it can't all happen at one time. Clearly, there's evidence of a diversification of this economy. But as that effort is unfolding, Mr. Speaker, sir, it has to be done with a mind, as I said, to the fact that we have to have that awful word, once again, sustainability and resilience built into the diversification effort. Both of them. It is sweet, because if we can get it done, and hopefully with your cooperation, then we will have a Barbados that is better for your children and mine. It is that serious. But if we fail to do so, then we betray your children and mine. And it is there that the issue really lies. So when the effort is being made, Mr. Speaker, sir, to get us to a point where for the first time we can be exporting agricultural product out of this country through partnership with Guyana, Mr. Speaker, sir, to raise foreign exchange, where we can lift, Mr. Speaker, sir, the ordinary fisher folk in the oysters market that the honourable member said did not deserve the money that the government spent on them last week or week before, that their own parliamentary representative said they are unworthy of. When we can lift the fisher folk, Mr. Speaker, sir, to a point where through the sanitary and phytosanitary legislation, for example, that the Honourable Minister of Agriculture has brought to this House, we can now be seeing them exporting their produce to the United Kingdom and to Germany and elsewhere, Mr. Speaker. While we do that, we have to be making sure, sir, that there is an adequacy of financing so as to ensure, first of all, you want to make sure that those markets can be run off of renewable energy, so you don't have to be burning fossil fuel import money. You want to make sure, Mr. Speaker, sir, that in the event of there being crisis as a result of a serious storm, that you're able to get those people whose businesses would have been interrupted back up and running as quickly as possible. And that is why there's a beauty in this Bridgetown agenda. Because you're telling the whole world, sir, and we've led the world. Let me not say telling, we have led the world in partnership with several other people out there. Barbados has now been a voice that says, look, let us have a fail-safe mechanism. A storm take place. There's a highly indebted country called Barbados. We didn't put the debt there, the Democratic Party did, but we're going to manage it. And so therefore, storm hit. Pause the repayments for a period of 2 years. Allow the finance minister now to pay attention to the essentials that have to be done by way of rebuilding and rehabilitating so they can put people back to work, sir. And if the honourable member does not have the vision, and I suspect he doesn't have much vision, because I stand at the top of Oysters Hill and I see every single building in that market, sir, got a blue roof. But he complains that he only see red. Huh? I don't understand it. I see yellow walls. I see a blue roof across the whole market. But, sir, he see a few red benches and he goes into panic. Oh, that is politics. They got red benches. Oh, my God. And you know why, sir? Because he walks with his head down all the time. There's no shame. There's no need for you to be ashamed. You did what you wanted to do. That you feel shame about it is your fault. You feel shame about it. But as you're in the boys saying you there. And you let all it Steve Blackett make you feel shame. Shame on you. Anyhow, the point is that he went where he didn't want is not the issue. The issue is, Mr. Speaker, sir, that there has to be a vision. And the vision is that you want to rehabilitate every aspect of this country's economic and social activity as quickly as possible in the aftermath of a storm. That is where resilience is. Now, if, sir, you're locked into debt repayments and you can't extract yourself from it so that you can do the necessaries to put people back in proper housing accommodation, so that you can do the necessary, Mr. Speaker, sir, to make sure that medical care is available to them, so that you can make sure that public transportation is able to run freely in the country again, that the airport could reopen, Mr. Speaker, sir. If you can't do those things, then Barbados, in the event of disaster, would remain crippled. And that should not be that hard to understand. It is a sad, sad indictment, sir, that we have a self-professed climate skeptic alongside the worst of the world, a heretic on climate, now leading a major political party, now sitting on top of a party that by his own admission, or insistence rather, is writing its manifesto. Now, if he come here today and cannot understand the vital underlying cross-cutting thread about how climate financing intersects with development, but he is writing a manifesto, heaven help them all. Heaven help them all, Mr. Speaker, sir. If he is bankrupt of ability to understand, sir, the way in which the tourism sector can be impacted by the climate issues, the way in which the agriculture sector can be impacted, the way in which the education sector can be impacted, the way in which our sporting fraternities can be impacted, Mr. Speaker, sir, then heaven help them all. You anxious for me to stop?
Honourable Member.
I am bothering you. Am I causing you so much discomfort? Am I causing you so much discomfort?
Honourable, please wind up.
No, Mr. Speaker, sir, no, I don't want to belabor the point. I think that the simple theme here is that, look, we are a very vulnerable community, and we're vulnerable in many ways across multiple sectors. And responsible governance and government, sir, means that you have to be able to recognize that vulnerability, embrace it for what it is, and make sense of how you can work around it in the interest of the people that we've been sent here to represent. It's as simple as that. It is not an easy task, Mr. Speaker, sir, but part of it turns on the ability to get financing, to do the things that we must do developmentally, and that financing, sir, has to intersect with the reality of the climate crisis is an inescapable proposition. So then the only issue, sir, is how do we do it? One way is having this blue-green bank, which will be here, sir, as I said, to assist us with the investment in a number of projects, sir. Public and private finance funds to incentivize transition to clean energy and to building a low-carbon economy, which we must do, and which all the rest of the Caribbean is trying to do. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think that the saddest part of this debate, and for me, the most unfortunate reflection on the offertory, I don't want to say the ability, the offering of the leader of the opposition. Because I still hold...
Honourable member, please.
Honourable member. I still hold, sir, some faint, distant, and dying hope that he will do better. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, I cannot understand how a man charged with the leadership of a serious political party in Barbados can begin by scandalizing a blue-green bank that is not even yet established as being a slush fund. That was to go under a snake's belly, sir, wearing a top hat. It is the worst type of thing, the lowest type of approach to take, when one could have begun perhaps by trying to educate the nation as to what you would want, how the bank should work, where you might wish to see the investment. You say right in the manifesto, where sectorally do you feel there's a fragility that needs to be responded to, Honourable Member? Where sectorally do you see that there are weaknesses that should be...
Honourable Member, could you kindly...
Sorry.
Could you kindly... wrap up?
Oh, the
Kindly.
time.
Yes.
Oh, sir, I am sorry, sir. I was really...
Honourable member.
I am grateful. I will go no further. I am grateful for your indulgence. I am obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for St. Michael South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to support the bill that was brought to this House by the Minister in the Ministry of Finance. I want to support the reasoning that was offered to the House, sir. And I want to make sure, sir, that those who are listening recognize that this is a very serious debate. Mr. Speaker, sir, I must tell you that I have hoped every time that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition speaks, I hope that he would improve on his past performance. And I know I'm living in faith. Faith being the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things clearly not seen. Mr. Speaker, sir, this particular presentation, sir, in this House, sir, on this most important topic, because while some obviously have determined that their duty is to entertain, we have to govern, sir, we have to educate, and we have to uplift our people. This is a serious conversation, sir. And I really had hoped, sir, that we would have had a presentation, sir, from the Honourable Member, but I suspect the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is having an off day in a year of off days. But this one, sir, must be the one, to me, that takes the cake. And I say so, sir, as a former minister responsible for the blue economy who easily could have been bringing this bill to this House. The reality, sir, is that I have read all that there is to read, sir, about this, sir. I was very involved in it, sir, trying my best to come up with innovative financing mechanisms for Barbados, sir. Having established it, or in the process, sir, one of the leading climate thinkers in the world called this bank, sir, a godsend for more than 100 countries. They go on to explain, sir, how it will foster innovation within the financial sector, with the primary goal to stimulate growth in securities and in loan markets, sir, unlocking extra funds to back projects dedicated to climate change, mitigation, and adaptation. And if that is not a project that is designed solely for Barbados, then I do not know what is, sir. This bank, sir, is, as described by people other than ourselves, a godsend, sir. Barbados' vulnerability is no joke. All of the models, sir, would suggest that Barbados would require about $2 billion in financing, $2 billion in climate responsive initiatives to be able to get themselves ready, sir, and resilient. The reality is also that when it comes to climate financing, that level of finances, sir, are not easily available. When you go to the traditional systems, because this is a serious conversation, the traditional financing mechanisms, sir, were not designed to do what Barbados and other small island developing states that are vulnerable require them to do. And that this finance, sir, this bank, would allow us to do those things, sir, where the world is falling short. And every day, sir, we talk about climate financing, we talk about climate change. These are real things, sir. As a former Minister of Blue Economy, let me explain. So when I took up the portfolio, the Honourable Prime Minister may not even remember, and I will remind her if she does not, though she forgets very little. On the day that I took up this portfolio, on the conversation when I was called and asked to take up the responsibility for Blue Economy, I explained, well, I thought, being a social scientist, that I was going somewhere else. And the Honourable Prime Minister said the issues in Blue Economy are people issues. It is important for somebody to be able to understand at the end of the day that these are people issues. And it is a crying shame that it is clear that some of us do not recognize that these are people issues. I hope today, sir, to bring some clarity to this. Yesterday, we launched the Country Assessment of Living Conditions, just yesterday, which in essence is a poverty study. Part of that poverty study now, sir, must look at climate change, vulnerability, a country's capacity to be resilient, a poverty study, which in essence, sir, is a social research instrument. And that traditionally you did not see these questions being asked. But if Barbados determines that it will not ask these questions now, we cannot be serious about development, sir. We have to ask and to answer these questions, sir. The CALC, the poverty study that we're about to launch, will investigate these issues. How susceptible are you to issues in the climate? Sir, we had a little bit of rain and we were in town. All the rain ran into town, sir. We were looking at issues of runoff, the sudden amount of rain, sir, the intensity of rain for short periods of time, things that Barbados never knew. These things come back to affect ordinary people, sir. As a former Minister of Blue Economy, sir, when I determined that at the time with the cabinet that we had to upgrade all the markets, we went from Western, we're now finishing Western, we were in St. Joseph, St. Peter, Bridgetown, and we were in Oistins. And in Oistins, I developed a very good relationship as a Minister of Blue Economy with the vendors, the fisher folk, the people who sell fish, the hawkers outside, because you cannot separate Blue Economy issues from people issues. And while I was there, sir, during the time I had the heartbreaking experience, sir, of an accident where a lady known as my son, they call her Sissy, died. Permit me to say, sir. And Sissy understood then that if we were going to elevate the issues pertaining to the market, that we could not do the things that we were traditionally doing. She would tell you, because this is a serious conversation, that fisher folk, when they go to traditional banking things to talk about, they needed, because most fishermen now have to go further to catch less. Let us have real conversations. And that they cannot get financing anywhere, because traditional banking systems are not built to support ordinary people in the Blue Economy. This is a reality. And Sissy died believing that we were going to make a change. This is the kind of change that Sissy had hoped for. Rogi, also from the same vicinity, knowledgeable about these issues, recognizing that we also had to uplift. No, this is a serious conversation, man. And I don't intend to be part of anything where people come to score political points on policy issues. Rogi, sir, permit me to say, also known to the fishing industry. The nights and mornings, sir, we did not start as friends. We ended as the best of friends. a relationship that I did not necessarily seek out. Again, the Prime Minister asked me to make friends, to go and speak to him, not to make friends. We became very good friends. And I learned a lot at Rogi's feet. I sat on Rogi's boat to be told of the day-to-day difficulties for fisher folk in this country. We cannot expect to do different, sir, with the same financing mechanisms that have failed the industry, that have failed small island developing states, sir. We have to lead the charge, sir, and this is not only going to be for Barbados. Sir, this could scale up, sir, and affect, as they said, over 100 countries. But that Barbados is leading in this process, sir. We also, sir, had a whole conversation around marine spatial planning and things that we discussed when the Honourable Minister for Tourism spoke. All of these issues, why? Why do you think we need to have a marine protected area? Most of the fish, sir, that we knew as children, sir, that bounty, they're not getting. And these are hard conversations. And I could have come, sir, and play a simple hand. I could have come, sir, and I could have pretended that all is well and not have these difficult conversations. But the conversations that you must have with people, sir, must be to uplift the people, sir. That is what leadership requires of us in this time. Those of us, sir, who want to lead, sir, not to be in charge. There's a difference between leadership and being in charge. Some want to be in charge. This Labour Party intends to lead. And when it comes to issues on the blue economy and climate financing, these are serious conversations that affect the day-to-day existence of people, sir. I cannot joke about it because I put my heart into it, sir. And I know, sir, that unless we get these issues right, people in this country are going to suffer. And we have to have the conversations. And it does not mean that we come every day, sir, and play to the gallery and hope, sir, that something we say, somebody pick up on a call-in show or one of these internet shows, sir. We have to lead in these very, very, very serious matters, sir. I support this Blue-Green initiative, sir, this Blue-Green Bank, because for an area that I committed 3.5 years of my life to, sir, I know it will make a difference. And for all of us, sir, I talk to my young people, sir, in my constituency about new areas, new opportunities, new jobs, sir. The average bank in Barbados, sir, the traditional banking system, sir, does not speak to these issues in the way that this will, sir. And if we are to be serious about helping our people, sir, the people who are suffering, sir, we need to have innovative financing mechanisms. Let me explain, sir. When we were discussing the debt financial swap, Barbados came up with the idea, sir, as part of our conversation. So we were having these conversations when we were discussing the manifesto. So this is 2017, 2018. So I know it is not new to anybody in this place. There were people, sir, in other places, sir. Seychelles had done one. People in the region were discussing it, sir. The idea was that a country is so indebted, and you know, it is shameful when we are talking about innovative financing mechanisms to pull a country out of the depth of financial almost ruin caused by somebody else. And the financing mechanisms that we are put in place, sir, to rectify a wrong that was done by somebody else is criticized by the same people who did the wrong. But the debt financial swap, sir, is a case, sir, where a country, because Barbados was the third most indebted country in the world behind Greece and Japan. Don't let us forget. And that financing, sir, was meant to be a case where a country is so in debt. Debt will sell for so cheap, you will get such a discount on the debt, that you can buy the debt at such a discounted rate, sir, and then use the savings. But because of the work done by the Ministry of Finance, led by the Prime Minister and the Minister in the Ministry of Finance, and now the Minister, the member for St. Michael's South Central, our debt did not trade at no discounted rate. In fact, the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance and the Prime Minister would tell you that our debt traded at par. And there were days when our debt traded above par because of the work that was done to rectify the financial ruin that was brought upon this country. by the Democratic Labour Party government, sir. So the destination swap that we imagined could not work. Because when we came into office, the Prime Minister and crew moved so fast to fix it, it didn't work. And I had spent a lot of my days and a lot of my nights working on that debt swap. So it meant that we had to have other inventive, innovative financing mechanisms. Every speech you will read on the blue economy, every speech you will read on climate change and financing will tell you you need to have innovative climate financing. What do you think innovative climate financing is? What do you think it looks like? You can't go and pull a blueprint for something that is innovative and new, meant to tackle different problems. You can't go and pull a book from 1920 and read it and say in the 1920 economics, this is how it was done. But these are different issues. And so this is what innovative financing looks like. The capacity, sir, new models to allow people, sir, to do new things. I have a daughter who's 4 years old, sir. I anticipate the job that she will have, I hope, is a job that I have not yet heard of. Because of the way the world is changing and because of the way that we have to respond to the way that the world is changing, sir. And that these traditional mechanisms, as I said, they don't work. They don't work. So you need to have innovative financing, sir. And sir, I listen, The Honourable Leader of the Opposition likes to say that he's listening and taking notes. And I listen and I take notes too. And what he called a constructive critique. His CCs, 0 CCs, going nowhere. 0 CCs going nowhere. I am yet to hear this constructive criticism. We cannot come into Parliament time after time and engage in this kind of like we on a play park. Sir, this is serious conversation. I can name call and I can throw dirt here and I can make up a little something and I can do this and come on. And this idea, sir, it is something that is happening that the Democratic Labour Party is doing, sir. Don't get into DLP business, sir. But it is something that they're doing that is very dangerous because at some point, one would imagine, or they would imagine, that they will govern. But that you want to ruin every multilateral agency. The UN is the demon. You must have nothing to do with the UN. So I had to spend a year defending a child protection bill because it had something to do with the United Nations, because now they want to paint the UN as a demon. This is a dangerous thing. The same thing now with the Minister of Education now. We have now to defend the IDB on everything, when every government in the region dealing with the same institutions. We now have to discuss, anytime you say IMF problems, can't say IMF. God forbid that you go and you get the best in the world to be a consultant to you. Because Barbados must not get the best in the world, sir. And Barbados is talented, but we don't have the best of everything. And so this idea that we are going to bastardize and demonize everything for political points is a dangerous thing. And I will caution the Democratic Labour Party, particularly its leader, to stop it. To stop it. Because at the end of the day, sir, we have a country to run. Barbados is a brand, sir. When we go to meetings, ask anybody in this room, people want to hear what Barbados has to say. People Google Barbados to hear what Barbados has to say. People will want to know what Barbados is saying about this bank, sir. I had no intention of speaking in this debate because I'd hoped that it would have been won in the recent stylings of the opposition leader, where he has said he's chosen to be mature. I had hoped it would have been one of those. But I suspect, sir, that you cannot do what is not natural to you to do for a long time. And therefore, sir, I determined that I had to come and speak on this particular thing. Because at the end of the day, sir, there are too many people, ordinary Barbadians, whose lives will depend on whether we get this moment in time right, sir. We will not have another moment like this. And we could decide that we are so desperate to hold on to political power that we will do nothing. Or we could come and lead as this government has chosen to lead. The other side can decide that they are so desperate to get it that they will say and do anything as they are now doing, sir, even in here. And it is a dangerous thing. So when the ordinary people, sir, as I close, when the ordinary people are listening to this conversation, I want them to know and to appreciate that this government has not sold out any rights of any kind. I want them to know and to appreciate, sir, that in so doing what we are doing today, sir, we are securing their future and their children's future. I want them to know, sir, and to appreciate that regardless of what position we take, sir, Barbados is vulnerable to climate events. More vulnerable than we've ever been. I heard last month, May was the hottest May on record. But this is not a joke. So at the end of the day, sir, I commend this bill to this Parliament. I support it fully, sir. I ask Barbadians to do their own research. Google it if they have the time, sir. Because some of us don't even have time to Google, it seems. Google it if they have the time, sir, and let us conclude. Let them conclude, because Barbadians are intelligent people. Let them choose for themselves, sir. But this is too important to come here and to play politics with. And with those few words, sir, I recommend this bill to the Parliament, I recommend this bill to the people of Barbados, and I support this bill fully. Thank you, sir.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is sometimes given to a parliament to be able to pass major pieces of legislation that are truly consequential. This country, since independence, has had the benefit of staking out for itself within the Caribbean region the location for being the domicile for many of the financial institutions that have propelled our development. It is for this reason that the Caribbean Development Bank ultimately was one of those institutions which the then leader of the Democratic Labour Party, indeed the founder leader of the Democratic Labour Party, the Right Excellent Errol Walton Barrow, jealously sought after to ensure its location in this country, fully recognizing the nexus between the establishment of that bank and the development of individual countries in the Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, it is significant that he, as leader of a mass-based political party called the Democratic Labour Party, understood the value of the establishment of that financial institution to the lives and well-being of the citizens of this country and the region, as it would ultimately fuel the economic development of the individual countries. Sir, some 52 or so years later, we find ourselves at a similar juncture. It is not that other banks have not been established along the way. Indeed, sir, it is of significance to us that the Latin American Development Bank, otherwise known as CAF, will be establishing offices in Barbados during the course of this year, recognizing the importance of once again being able to play that developmental role to the people and the economies of this region. It is also of significance to us that last year we were able to see the establishment of the Africa Exim Bank, recognizing for the first time a major bank coming off of the continent of Africa, slightly different focus, fuel and trade as opposed to simple developmental matters. And we were able to see the establishment of that bank in Barbados in recognition that this country has become that country within CARICOM that has been the location for financial institutions. Mr. Speaker, it is not by accident that under the then Prime Minister on this side, between 1994 and 2008, the great plan coming to be known as the CARICOM Single Market and Single Economy, while framed under the then Prime Minister of the Democratic Labour Party, Sir Lloyd Sandiford, the actual architecture was built out by the then Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for St. Peter, Owen Arthur, the Right Honourable Owen Seymour Arthur, recognizing that this was fundamental to creating the oxygen, to providing the oxygen that would fuel development within the context of the CARICOM single market. Mr. Speaker, I just give context to this debate before I start. Because what this government is doing today, with the passage of this legislation, is to create an instrument, a bank, that is appropriate to the times in which we live, and that will not function as your normal commercial retail bank on Broad Street, but that effectively marries the principles of both development banking and investment banking to act as a market maker, to be able to make it easier, to be able to make it better for persons to be able to unlock financing at a time when we have a date with destiny, a race to be able to adapt and, yes, to become resilient. It is not a nasty word. I can think of other R words, and it's not that one. This word is critical to the existence of each and every one of us. And as the member for St. James Central said, more importantly, to our children and grandchildren. Why? Last year, sir, the planet Earth on which we live experienced temperatures of 1.45 degrees consistently. Mr. Speaker, it is the people of the Caribbean who came up with the slogan, 1.5 to survive. Sir, they didn't say 1.5 to jump up. They didn't say 1.5 to thrive, because that would also rhyme. They said 1.5 to survive. Because we know, sir, in the Caribbean, in the Pacific, in the Indian Ocean, that this is critical, and that if we don't be able to contain the increase in temperatures on this planet Earth, we are at risk of losing our homelands and losing our culture and losing our civilization. Mr. Speaker, that is why they call it an existential crisis. It goes to the heart of our being. And therefore, sir, when, as was stated last week by the Secretary General of the United Nations, that we are not only in danger, but we are the danger, because for the last 12 months, from last year to this year, May, Member for St. Michael South just said it, the hottest May ever. But he didn't tell you that the April was the hottest April ever, and the March was the hottest March ever, and go right back down 12 months. And I venture to suggest that we are likely to see those records broken again and again and again and again and again. And Mr. Speaker, I have now come to call it the season of superlatives. The hottest, the coldest, the wettest, the driest. Mr. Speaker, you don't need to be a Solomon to know that we are living in different times. You don't need to be. And it is against that backdrop, sir, that I rise as not just member for St. Michael Northeast, but as Prime Minister of Barbados with a heavy heart. Because we watch on and see the divisions that are taking place across the world with respect to populism, with respect to fascism, with respect to behavior that is intended to elevate a few at the expense of many. And I listened in bewilderment today to a speech from a member of this honorable chamber that was so disengaged with reality that it caused me to wonder, do I believe that this is simply a case of utter incompetence? Or is this a case of fascism and populism rearing its head in this chamber? Sir, I did not want to even go that way because, Mr. Speaker, this is a man, an honorable member, whose phone number celebrates the great revolution of 1937 and the great effort of independence. Mr. Speaker, I didn't now know the honorable member. He and I know each other beyond 35 years. But Mr. Speaker, what then hit me is that when I looked at the screen, because I was in my office in a meeting while he was speaking, and then I saw Honorable Ralph Thorne, KC. And I said to myself, KC? No, no, no. There was no king around when you got it. So that he chose to put that in his name. But then I remember the last conversation I had with the then leader of this party, who said to me that he could not understand this contradiction that embodied itself in him. And that how could a man want to present himself with a wig as a profile picture in the 21st century? Now, Mr. Speaker, I only a horsehair wig, the one that the lawyers used to wear, and that we had the good sense, even before becoming a republic, to throw out. Now, Mr. Speaker, I say simply that how does a person wanting to lead this country divorce himself from the existential threat that our people are facing? And how does he so diminish the debate that at no stage does he recognize, as the founder leader of the Democratic Labour Party recognized as far back as 1960s, and I could actually send for the debate and ask the member, the clerk, to let the honorable leader of the opposition have a copy, where the then Prime Minister of Barbados, the Right Excellent Errol Barrow, had to deliver himself of remarks that said that those who would want to believe that this country could not and should not run deficits and incur debt would be those who would want to sentence Barbadians effectively to a life of poverty. And why, sir? Because the majority of us did not come here with pots of gold. We didn't come here with money. And I dare anyone in this parliament to tell me how many families in this country today can build a house without incurring debt. How many businesses in Barbados can build out their enterprise without incurring debt? And this belief that you can reduce everything to the lowest common denominator because you feel that you are locked in a 1960s vortex because the last great leader of that party was in 1961 elected to 1976. And everything else is a rhetoric that is pitched to a Barbados of the 1960s, early 70s, where the level of education, the level of exposure, the level of experience is attached to that period, as if the last 50 years did not happen, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we live in a different world. And it bothers me, sir. It bothers me that what should be a level of debate and engagement to allow us to move forward with as many people as possible. This battle can't be won by half the population. This battle can't be won by a quarter of the population. This battle needs a healthy majority. Clearly, there are some who will not ever be able to join the battle. But it has to be led by the majority of us. And Mr. Speaker, what is it that we're really trying to do? The reason why, and I can break it down, the reason why we talk about mitigation first, and adaptation, and loss and damage, I can break it down, because we take things for granted. And clearly the member, as I said, is either reflecting utter incompetence or is reflecting a fascist populist approach to governance that is even far more dangerous than anything I could ever have contemplated. Mr. Speaker, the containment of emissions is necessary. But you know what? Just as we didn't cause the majority of emissions, we can't contain the majority of emissions because they don't come from us. The emissions come globally, and it affects all of us. So it doesn't matter if it is an oil company in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. It doesn't matter if that oil company is off Australia. It is going to have the same impact on the greenhouse gases. And that is why you hear us call not just for the containment of carbon, but also for the containment of methane gases, because it is recognized now that the containment of methane can in fact bring us closer to being able to hold the temperature below 1.5 if it is at all possible still. Mr. Speaker, but in recognition that we may not be able to mitigate, and in recognition that those efforts may go unsuccessful then, and that we go above or close to the 1.5, we say, let's act in our own interest deliberately. Let's adapt. Let's become resilient. You know the R word? Resilient. So that when the temperatures get hotter, as we are feeling, and when the sea levels rise, as we are seeing, and when the salt water goes into the aquifers in the constituencies of St. Peter and St. James, and then they are lost forever. When those things happen, we have to become more resilient as a people. If our forefathers were not resilient in the institution of slavery, we won't be standing here. So that resilient is not a new word to Barbados, nor is it a new behavior. It has been a way of life on this island. But we have to bring it into the 21st century. And we have to now ensure that we can have a Barbados that is capable of being enjoyed by our future citizens, by our children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren. And if we are not capable of adapting and becoming resilient, then the loss and damage that we face will be more acute. There is a direct relationship between mitigation, adaptation and resilience, and loss and damage. Now, Mr. Speaker, break it down now into simple language and Beijing. Mr. Speaker, if we keep using diesel buses and gasoline cars, it is going to add to the emissions. And who are on the front line of that? All of the people who suffer from the hurricanes, suffer from the floods, the convection rain. I keep calling. We never had rain where it gets so hot at 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the rain just got to whoosh, and it comes down in a deluge, a flood of rain, fast, 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 fast. And areas that would never have flooded before are now flooding because of the intensity of the rain coming down, Mr. Speaker. Bajans know about that because we've been experiencing it the last few years. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about housing, the others on this side may be tired of hearing me say it, but the member for Christchurch South should not, because it was in the south of the island that Hurricane Janet took its greatest toll, with over 8,000 houses going. It was in the south and the east of the island that we took our greatest toll again in Hurricane Elsa. And Mr. Speaker, what did it do for us with Janet? That Janet regrettably led to the construction of flat roof houses, not the gables that you see on old chapel houses. And people say, that look real cute, but they ain't building them with it no more. Or the hip roofs that you would more see on bungalows rather than chapel houses. Mr. Speaker, my greatest fear is that if a hurricane hits this country, that we will lose a significant percentage of our housing stock because of the flat roofs that we have, which will peel off like sweetie paper. Mr. Speaker, I saw it happen in Jamaica with Gilbert. So that I don't play. I have been in a hurricane in Jamaica, 2 in Miami, 1 in New York, and 1 in London, 1 in St. Kitts too. And the first time I was in a hurricane in Barbados was Elsa. Mr. Speaker, these are serious things, because when people lose all that they have, and regrettably in some instances when people lose lives, the family that depends on them can go straight into poverty and penury. And Mr. Speaker, that is why I expected more from this honourable member in this debate. Mr. Speaker, if we deal with fisheries, the member for St. Michael's spoke eloquently. I would almost believe that he was the representative for Oistins, and that the person who represented Oistins is yet to turn up for this debate, and yet to tell us why it is important for the people of Oistins to have access to funds that can lower the cost of capital. That's what we mean by being a market maker, that can work with the financial institutions, that can provide first losses, a guarantee so that the first loss is taken by them, so that the bank can take a risk with you as a fisherman that they might not otherwise take. Mr. Speaker, that is what financial innovation is about. And Mr. Speaker, therefore, the class of person to whom we speak, whether in Oistins or Bridgetown or Tent Bay or Concept Bay or Skeets Bay, need us to be able to do more than just investing as we have done with the fishing aggregation devices, the FADs, that were intended to allow us to be able to have the fish come closer without having to spend the level of money in diesel to go far and not find what you're looking for. Mr. Speaker, these matters are perhaps a little too serious and do not allow him to get into the depths of slush funds and all other kinds of hyperbolic language that bears no relationship to the topic at hand or the bill before this honourable House. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we have a duty as a country to build resilience in every aspect of our living. And that this Blue-Green Investment Bank is intended to be able to allow us, to allow the sectors, companies, and individuals to access capital at a cheaper rate. The principle of leverage may be a principle that he doesn't quite understand, but it is critical. It was the Bridgetown Initiative that called on the International Monetary Fund to establish effectively a mechanism that came to be known as the Resilience and Sustainability Trust. It wasn't our idea alone, but we, along with others, recognized that you needed long-term capital on favorable terms, low risk, yes, in order to be able to rebuild infrastructure that could now meet the challenges of heavier rainfall, of drier temperatures, of scarcity of water and greater droughts. And Mr. Speaker, for the first time in its soon-to-be 80-year history, the IMF agreed to establish a 20-year loan. And that 20-year loan has a 10.5-year moratorium, and it is low interest. But what is more important, we could have taken the money and just spent it straight at the Water Authority. We could have taken the money and simply bought buses for the Transport Board. But what we have done is that we said, look, if we take this money and put it into a bank that marries the development and the investment responsibilities of banking, instead of getting $1 and spending $1, we can get $1 and spend $5 to $7 out of that $1. Do you understand the principle, Mr. Speaker? Leverage, that you get $1, and instead of spending that $1 for $1, you can take that $1 and make it allow you to spend $5 to $7, so it reaches a wider class of person with respect to allowing them to become resilient in the blue and green economy. And Mr. Speaker, we went further. We said we're not walking this journey alone. And the Green Climate Fund, that encompasses almost all of the countries in the world, members should take some time and go and read up these things, came on board, not only as they have done under this government already and given us 80 million Barbados dollars as a grant, and I keep telling you, tell me the one other country, company, entity that has ever given this country $80 million as grant to be able to work and ensure that we as a water scarce country can deliver for our people. But on top of that grant, they now say, look, we are going to come in both with equity and a little debt. And the same way the government of Barbados is taking 15 million US, 30 million Barbados dollars and seeding this bank with, we will match you, the government of Barbados, with the same $30 million so that the bank now has a bigger balance sheet. USAID, from the beginning, came in and said, look, we will put 2.5 million US, 5 million. Count it now, you're at 65, right? And we will put that in for you. So you think Barbados walking this journey alone? No, sir. And then we go further. The Latin American Development Bank, CAF, has committed to putting in 15 million US as well, another 30 million Barbados. So we are now at 95 million Barbados. Mr. Speaker, or 47.5 million US. And Mr. Speaker, we went to Georgetown, Guyana in February of this year, because this is the point that the member needs to know too. It was never intended that this bank be for Barbados alone, but it will be stronger and bigger and bolder if we can have it for at least the Eastern and Southern Caribbean, and we have now determined within CARICOM. And Mr. Speaker, the government of Guyana has committed that it too will put in 15 million US. And the government of Bahamas has committed that it too will put in 15 million US. Now, Mr. Speaker, it pains me that the governments of Guyana and Bahamas, that the Latin American Development Bank, that the Green Climate Fund, that USAID, all of these entities can see the wisdom of capitalizing this institution to play a critical role. They know we have the CDB, they know we have CAF, the same CAF. All of these banks are there. But they understand that what is needed at this moment in time, sir, is a bank that is strategically focused on being a market maker. And whether it is guarantees, whether it is loans or forms of blended capital, whatever it is, to be able to make it easier for these people in this region, and in particular in this country, to be able to become resilient, to adapt, and to become resilient. And Mr. Speaker, I go further. Today I addressed the International Development Forum for Insurance in London. And I spoke to them, recognizing, sir, that if we are going to prevent and protect, it is going to mean having conversations with our population across different sectors. Sir, let me break it down in fire then. Forget climate for a minute. How many houses we got burning in Barbados that don't got no insurance? Too many. Almost every week. Almost every week. But yet we live in a world where the technology has so developed that you have materials that are fire resistant. But yet we keep building back the same old way and making ourselves as vulnerable today as we were yesterday. And Mr. Speaker, this is where regulation is going to become critical. And we are going to ask the Senior Minister for Infrastructure, the Honourable Member for Christchurch West, to lead the process on identifying for Barbadians materials that can boost their resilience and by extension reduce their insurance exposure and premium. Why, sir? All of us in here know the benefit of a no-claims bonus. Those who got cars, you don't get in an accident, you get your no-claim bonus to increase. In California, they have reached the point, sir, where they have looked, I don't want to mistake anybody, where, Mr. Speaker, California is now requiring that insurers give discounts to homeowners who install fire-resistant roofs or make other changes to reduce the wildfires. Mr. Speaker, I have asked the Minister in the Ministry of Finance, member for Christchurch East Central, and the member for Christchurch West, to be able to work together so that in the identification of these materials, the insurance companies can begin to take action and to be able to allow householders in this country to benefit from doing the things that will make them more resilient, sir. And why? Because if you don't do that, the increases in insurance premiums across the world, because reinsurance doesn't only depend on what happens in your country, it is also affected by what else happens in your region and sometimes globally. And Mr. Speaker, these things are too simple. I have said to the Deputy Prime Minister at the beginning of this year that the building code matters. But we will not bring a building code that will act as a bureaucratic block to housing and construction being done in the country. There has to be a reliance on the professional advice of those professionals who are involved in the process of construction. And they must stand behind their advice. And to that extent, therefore, there can be presumptions of regularity with respect to the advice given by an engineer or an architect. And to that extent, it therefore means that once we set out the things that we should or shouldn't be doing, we can ensure that we make our building stock for homes and for offices and for industrial plants more resilient. And what do I mean? Let's take a house. The same housing that we were speaking about, sir. Flat roof houses, roof peel off like sweetie paper. Gable roof with the physics of it, and particular with the fixed louvers in the apex of the house, so that the wind can go in and what comes out. I remember as a 7-year-old child, my father used to tell us about the cowshed principle. Wind must come in from the east and go out on the west. Mr. Speaker, by simply changing how we build, by using the catastrophe fund as we have been doing to help those who are below the poverty line through grants and those who are above it through loans, to be able to tie down and strap their roofs in the absence of being able to rebuild the house. Not everybody can afford to rebuild a house, but if they can strap down the roofs, they can at least mitigate against the damage that might otherwise happen. And Mr. Speaker, if we can set new standards for how construction is to be done in this country, and there were designs that we got done just before COVID, and that I have asked the Minister of Housing to bring back, and you have now to work with the Minister of Information and the media in order to popularize these designs in this country, because what has happened is that the passage of knowledge has been almost from seed to seed, but regrettably against the backdrop of building flat roof houses and not in the way in which we built houses traditionally in this country. Sir, energy. We recognize that we can't continue with the fossil fuel-based energy. And the member for St. James Central already dealt appropriately with what can only be described. If I was not in this chamber, I would find a good word beginning with A. But I would deal with it with statements from the member for Christchurch South that really, really, really are most unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, there is a global shortage of batteries. And therefore, even though you can get them, when you order, your order is as small as ours is. You go to the back of the pack. In the budget debate, you would think that the member was not in this honorable chamber. I could understand why he didn't want to listen to wisdom, just like all. If I was having so much trouble down in Robert Street as he is having in George Street, I would have trouble listening to wisdom too. Because I wouldn't know how to listen. But the bottom line is this, that in the budget debate, we indicated to the country that there was, in fact, this problem with respect to batteries, and that the Barbados Light and Power did not hide its mouth. It told the country, we have reached a point of grid instability. That simply meant that until such time as we can have batteries put in, we can't expand what we can take with respect to photovoltaic panels in the country. And Mr. Speaker, we gave the country the assurance then that we would not only look at the feed-in tariff, which was always intended to only go to 10 megawatts, but that we would go outside of that and that we would look at both direct negotiation as a form of competitive procurement in order to be able to see that we can get battery storage in this country as soon as possible. And Mr. Speaker, we went further, as did the bankers, and explained that is why $500 million is locked up in the system, in the banking system, unable to be spent, because, Mr. Speaker, we have to get the battery storage issue resolved. Not only is it an issue of access, but the regulatory framework would have killed us. And therefore, that is why we said, look, what we need is so small, and there are so few players who can do it, pre-qualify to see who is interested, and once you know who is interested, help facilitate the discussions through direct negotiation. And Mr. Speaker, that is where we are, and that is why we are going down that road. But it is as if the member believes that nobody listens and retains, and that every issue is now a new issue to be prosecuted and to be made the opportunity for his voice to be heard, even if bombast replaces reason and common sense. Mr. Speaker, water. The Water Authority is going to have also to work with partners with water conservation in this country. The Blue-Green Investment Bank will be in a position to help us with that. Mr. Speaker, anybody who is a farmer in Barbados would tell you that what they went through in the last few years, but in particular last year, the poultry farmers, the member for St. Philip South, I believe, will speak in this debate. He will explain why this bank is important to being able to unlock capital for those who want to go into climate resilient agriculture, for those who may need to be able to build greenhouses and to be able to control and contain the temperatures so that you don't have to be digging up and plowing back in vegetables into the earth because there's just insufficient water for them to have access to. Mr. Speaker, I can go on the different examples of where we must become resilient. But resilience is not just about the passage of legislation, nor is it about access to financing. Resilience is first and foremost a mindset. And that is why this debate is important. And that is why I'm so truly disappointed in the speech of the Honourable Member for Christchurch South. Sir, he has done more damage to himself and the Democratic Labour Party today than could be done by a hurricane hitting this country and hitting George Street on its own in a dedicated and focused way. And why? Because instead of elevating the quality of debate, instead of holding fast to the legacy of the Right Excellent Errol Barrow, who was the father of independence and who gave us a certain sense of pride, regardless of what political party you believe belong to in this country, what he has done is to try to carry us back down to the lowest common denominator. Mr. Speaker, this is an institution as critical to the age in which we live as the Caribbean Development Bank was when it was formed, as the Barbados National Bank under Tom Adams when it was formed with respect to being able to provide, and in fact, let us go back. A former minister of the Democratic Labour Party was who Tom Adams chose to lead the Barbados National Bank when it was formed. And that is why I'm so disturbed, you know, sir. Because in this country, we have known how to keep those critical matters that should be above partisan politics. And the institutions to which I refer, you have a clear level of participation by both parties on the aisle at some point in their either establishment or development. And I would like to believe, therefore, that the notion that a bank that is likely to become a regional bank, but with its genesis in Barbados to get it off the ground in the quickest possible way, is to be regarded by the leader of the opposition of this great country as a slush fund, tells you where he is. Mr. Speaker, I belong to this parliament when the Honourable David Thompson was leader of the opposition, and when the matter of the Caribbean Court of Justice came to this honourable parliament, there was no divide. Mr. Speaker, I belong to this parliament when the matter of the arbitration against Trinidad and Tobago came to this country and to this parliament, sir, there was equally under David Thompson no divide. Mr. Speaker, I have given you examples of leadership from the Right Excellent Errol Barrow, examples of leadership from the Right Honourable Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford, examples of leadership from the Honourable David Thompson. And Mr. Speaker, each of them understood where to put their mark and how to put it. And I am saying to you, sir, I pray that the Honourable Member for Christchurch South will apply his heart to wisdom and to recognize that the examples of fascism and populism and fake news that are so dominating countries across this globe, that we should all hold hands and literally stop it from coming in and creeping in to our economic and social landscape, sir. I pray so. Because, sir, I would have thought that the amount of examples where he has shown not to be telling the truth should have so sobered him already. But, sir, clearly it has not. And harders, you won't hear, own way you're going to feel. Mr. Speaker, even the simple description of everything in Oyston's red. The bathrooms are blue. There are stalls that are orange. There are stalls that are green. Mr. Speaker, we heard that the cybercrime bill was only for people in Barbados, in spite of the fact that under the ambit of a parliamentary committee, A parliamentary committee, you know, sir, where there is a high threshold for the truth to be told. And the member goes out in less than a week and says the exact opposite of what the member for St. Michael South Central told him under question in the same debate. Mr. Speaker, how much more? How much more must this country tolerate with respect to the failure to hit the ground with the truth? How much more? I am not going to get in whether people break and enter or who is right and who is wrong. That is a matter for internal Democratic Party politics. But I will get in to issues that cause this parliament to look as though it has been diminished in the eyes of others purely because of a failure to interpret. I'll have to say interpret, because he's not relaying the truth. Mr. Speaker, this bill is too important for it to be kicked about in the context of an unprepared speech with a political inclination to plumb new depths with respect to the rhetoric that is used. I pray that a day will come when the members of that side will have the courage to recognize that this is a bill that is intended to make it easier for Barbadian enterprises, Barbadian households, Barbadian individuals, Barbadian state-owned enterprises to adapt to the new reality of a world in the season of superlatives, the hottest, the driest, the wettest, the coldest, recognizing, and that is why we pulled Mr. Daniel Best from the Caribbean Development Bank, to be able to come and help us reset the standards in the Ministry of Public Works, because you can't continue building gutters the same way you did at the same angles that you did. You can't continue to deal with all kinds of infrastructural activity using assumptions from a world that was there pre-climate crisis. If we don't adapt, if we don't change, Mr. Speaker, we will pay the price, just as he is surely to pay the price from his failure to recognize that this climate crisis is real and his desire to become a climate skeptic along with others who ought not to be influencing anybody in this country, given their other tendencies for racism and other bigotry that we have seen. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that we can therefore, apart from this blemish here today, go forward with the calm assurance that if we don't make it easier for our people, then regrettably, people will suffer. The numbers are stark. If this world hits 2.5 to 3 degrees in the latter part of this century, it will lead to somewhere between 6 to 8 million people dying a year. This is not speculative. And the notion that we have not seen civilizations fail or that we have not seen species become extinct is a fallacy and is perhaps the subject of overwhelming arrogance on the part of a few. In our lifetime, Montserrat was a thriving country. Today, Montserrat is a shadow of itself. Mr. Speaker, the world is clear that there were dinosaurs before the meteor hit. But equally, the member for Christchurch West Central will tell you about the many species of animals that are no longer existing on this earth because their habitats have been taken from them. Do not let it happen to human beings. And for those who feel that's a matter for the people out there, that's a matter for us, remember that good old Bajan saying, "One one blow is kill old cow." It is a matter, Mr. Speaker, for each and every one of us, because this goes to the heart of human existence on a living planet. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd beg to move the suspension of the House until 20 to 7.
The question is that this honourable chairman be suspended until 20 to 7. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honourable chairman stands suspended until 20 to 7.